This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to WildEarth. Welcome to this beautiful, beautiful sunny day once again here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sand, South Africa. My name is Cedric. I'm going to be your guide today, and behind the camera we've got Odie. Well, guys, this is going to be such a fantastic day. I can see the heat is perfect. I think today is a day that we are going to try and find some cats for you. But first of all, guys, if you guys need to log on, please go to Twitter, #WildEarth, or you go onto our website, go to wildearth.tv/channels. If you want to put any comments or any questions through the website, please make sure that you do register. And as well, anybody under the age of 18, go to kids questions at wildearth.tv. We're really looking forward to getting those comments and questions thrown to us so we can also enjoy this fantastic day here in the bush with you guys. Well, as you can see in the tree, beautiful, in a lovely deer tree, we've got a European roller, one of our migrants. It is absolutely just one of the most stunning, colorful birds, especially the lilac-breasted roller. So we've got several different roller species here. Where this European roller, if you really take a close look at it, it's got a beautiful kind of turquoise, much lighter color compared to like the lilac-breasted roller, the purple roller, and even the broad-billed roller. Off it went. Now, of course, the roller species really much coming through as migrants, except the lilac-breasted roller. Of course, the European roller, hence the name European roller, it ends out to the southern side of Europe when it has to go back to migrate. But anyway, folks, for today, I'm going to try and see what we can do. Rexon's out on drive as well. So we're going to take a look around. I'm heading to the eastern boundary because I know Lalamba and the two youngsters, she went all the way that side, crossed the boundary easterly, and I'm hoping that she would have come back west again. So I'm going to take a look that side. I'm sure Rexon as well. I'm sure we're going to try and find something interesting for you folks. But once again, as I said, please feel free to throw those questions and those comments towards us so we can at least have a fantastic day with you guys. All right, while we're at it, as you can see, such a beautiful day, let's go and take a look at the weather at Djuma.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone here on Safari Live. We are heading west of the property. Of course, I'm very excited. The secret behind that, I'm not going to concentrate on a big waterhole for the afternoon. I would like to start from the small pen. From myself, Rexon, this afternoon, Mr. BK behind the camera. We are all ready to find very exciting things around here. I'll start one of the pen that is more to the north of the sandy patch itself, and I believe because the big water holes, when the leopard goes there, lie down, try to relax. We have high density of elephant in the area. They really disturb the leopard, pushes the leopard away, and the leopard are very clever. This is the secret of the bush. They'll concentrate in small water holes because they know it's very quiet. Only one elephant that will come on that, because the elephant know that the big volume of water, if they are in herd, they're going to enjoy. They won't concentrate on the very small water holes. No, that is for individual elephants that will go in those small pen, of course. So I'm gonna try to check one of it right here in the thick bush. The other one is right via tailor axis towards the gate. And we have one impala plains. Lokela look like ready for the bush, and the bush ready for you, Nikela. You're going to see this afternoon, I believe, and I have more excited because I know that for the morning we haven't seen leopard and we haven't seen much. There's no way this afternoon we're going to see something better. Wow, it looks like also a little bit of a breeze here. I believe that even the cats before late afternoon, if you stay like this, it's one cloud, if you can see right there, it's really giving us a little bit of beautiful shadow. It might rain over that cloud, you never know. It's cooling down to the degree where it can encourage all predators to move. We'll be looking back to Chris around Waterhole and say good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody, and what a way to start off with the dam cam. A whole bunch of animals, a whole party of antelope around in this little open clearing. My name is Chris, and I will be operating dam cam this afternoon, and we have here a typical antelope party, and we have waterbuck in the background, a big bull with long horns. There's a lot of impala, and obviously one or two zebra. We saw the zebra this morning as we started off on our safari this morning. But amazing how you can, one day it's dead quiet at these waterholes, and the very next day there's just movement everywhere. It is rather windy, so whenever I'm zoomed in very closely, we might have a bit of pixelation just due to the movement. So I'm going to move out a little bit, see if we can get a more stable picture there. That's much better. And you can see from the movement of even the large trees there that the wind is rather substantial today, which is not a bad thing, you know. As long as it's not rainy and windy, we're all good. Now, these antelope do benefit from associating like this because they're not a threat to any of the other species around them. In fact, having 3 different species in the same vicinity, you've got 3 different sets of eyes in terms of a group, different strength in terms of hearing, as well as a different plane of view, and all of that could potentially help to detect predators long before they become a threat. In addition, they also benefit from feeding because certain antelope will eat different parts of the grass plant, which is rather interesting.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
To have gone through the operation and treatment that I had to have subsequently meant that I lost a lot of energy. So WildEarth It was brilliant to be able to sit down for the afternoon and escape. Being on a live drive at Djuma, just absolutely amazing. To actually be sitting on Djuma Dam is just awesome. I look forward to seeing any of the animals. I think it's so nice to be able to see them in their natural habitat. My favourite part for today has been going on a bumper with Lauren. WildEarth has been particularly helpful, and if anyone's going through hard times out there, keep going. You can handle it, and it will get better. The sun will rise tomorrow.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Funniest question I've been asked. There have been so many. You can almost do a little anecdote book just on guest questions. Sort of been asked, do you know which trees do elephants roost in? That's a tough question to answer with a straight face. Someone asked me if a windsock was for feeding giraffes.
Still just making sure that there's nothing coming down or there's no predators around the Treehouse Pan area. And we've got, of course, the lonely male hippo that's right in the center, but he's, of course, ducking and diving from us. He doesn't want to expose his body too much to the elements. As it is a very, very hot day. So, of course, he's definitely making sure that he is keeping his skin nice and wet and moisturized. As you know, that hippos do not really have the sweat glands like we do. And if it is exposed to the sun for too long without really keeping it nice and wet, the hippo's skin tends to crack, and they can actually bleed quite a bit. I've seen it before a few years ago when it was drought. And unfortunately, that hippo could not find a watering hole to pretty much put his huge body in and keep it wet, and it wasn't really a pretty sight. But that's why on a day like this, you're definitely not going to see any hippos walking around and wandering around with that sensitive skin. I also had a warthog not too long ago as well, a nice big male warthog at the inflow, but he ran off as well further into the vegetation. So, of course, on such a hot day, you get these animals coming down all the time, just coming for a drink. I'm hoping us will get some elephants somewhere along the line here, because, of course, they rely a lot on water. They have to at least drink water twice a day, especially on hot days like this. You'll find maybe mid-morning and also the late afternoons. We've got a lot of little beautiful bird species around here as well. We've got the little blacksmith lapwing. It's running along the edge of the water, catching little insects, whatever they can find. Oh, fantastic birds. But yeah, while we watch and wait here, let's head to Rexon, who's got a member of the Big Five.
We can't follow them. Welcome back. It's really interesting here. We have come into one of the small waterhole. We find two elephants that were really mud bathing here, and then all left into our left here. We'll wait until we get to the gap there and see if they can show off. But very interesting, that tells us elephant knows the area well. Even we claim to know better than them, they are still superior to know this habitat or their area of living, because they even know. You can see the ears are really flapping up and down. Even if they come back, I mean, they just come out from the water, they still have to use the ears to cool down the body system. So they were like in a waterhole, cooling down the body, and now moving. As I was saying, they know all these waterhole or the water source that in the area. Some of the pan are very small, some of the dams are big, and they can really calculate how many elephants that can come in a particular space, like a small waterhole that we have in the area. We just see 2 elephants that were here, and they all left. If you look at the size of the waterhole itself, it really fit for 2 Loxodonta africanus. They cannot be, of course, more than 8-10 elephants, and they know well that they cannot really manage to have 15 elephants in a small source of waterhole. Look at the Jackal, Starlings. Also, because it's too hot in the area, they're all coming down. It's not time for them to drink water. Furthermore, to the right, you can see a little bit of argument of the immoral spotted dove. A little bit up there, they're having a little bit of competition. You can tell that even birds, they compete. Survival of the fittest. If you're not fit, you're going to be kicked out easily, not drink water. They come in numbers. As you can see, yellow-beam hornbill also just joined the crew. They all move out. And they always fear for a leopard, because you never know, even this waterhole, even an elephant that move out here, it could be a leopard that lying in the thick bushes waiting for anything that might come in the surrounding. It's very, very interesting. Sometimes you tend to see just a leopard comes out after an elephant move, a leopard rock into the waterhole. Very amazing. We have all this Jackal, Starling. There's no capital Starling at the moment. They all come in numbers. It's time for water, of course. It's the right time, of course. If we can go all these water holes around in the area, we might get to see some action. Amazing. I believe also leopard will do the same. So from here, what we're going to do, we'll be visiting again one of the mud wallows that have in the area that holds water for a longer period, that is on Vietela axis. Nelly, lovely. Look at the color, how shining. Especially really swimming in the water. That shows that it's too hot in the area. You tell the starling, they have that glossy color that even shines, more especially if the feathers are wet, they're really even shining in a high level. Looking at the monitor in front of me here, it looked like a capital starling, the way the rosen color that it's really giving, like a metallic blue. Unbelievable. This is my first time to see, starling dip into the water because of the weather. It's very hot. You can see it's really enjoying. Even if the feathers are wet, they can still fly. They can still protect themselves, fly away from all different sort of species that might hunt them. Wow. These species of birds, they can warn us a danger in an area. If there's a leopard here, if they spot a leopard, their eyesight is very good. They can tell us exactly where's the leopard by giving alarm calls. If you look at the cloud also, it shows maybe it can be a change of weather, not so long. It starts to be windy here. It might rain at night or early in the morning. You never know. Furthermore west, you can see different Columbus cloud and nimbus stratus. Further down, you can see that it can be lightning today easily. And the go-away bird just arrived to the right here. The go-away bird in Changan Kotunkwenyana. You know, I like the way they name all the species. Rock candy, yes, the feathers, they have a lovely shiny. Of course, it is. We just look at the go-away bird, grayish in color, and they have that crest, of course. Having other species swimming, you have courage also to go down. That means safety on that area. They name the species go-away bird from the sound that they make. It sounds like go away, go away. Especially if they really see predators, mainly leopard. They warn you about it. So if you had them talking a lot in a certain area, you have to visit that point. You may be successful finding cat or the species of bird out in the area, because leopard can climb trees. They're really more afraid about it, and normally they will give alarm call. You can see if they get to see lions, it's not right to import it. For them, they don't even bother. They can give warning, but it's not as common as they see leopard around the area. Wow. Lovely colors, of course. I love this Starling. Sometimes you find them having competition with hornbills. They are very noisy, very noisy. They all compete about food. They eat common food out in the area, fruit, insects. Sometimes you tend to see them all move together in the area. But in most cases, you find hornbill dominating. But the Starling, they are very aggressive species. They fight back quite a lot. Of course, Starling is one of the species. If a snake comes in the area, they also respond a lot. Doesn't matter whether it's a black mamba, path feather, they will be on top of it. They will be all chirping and high sound, really inviting other species to come down and help. I've seen also when they find eagle, or find an eagle in the area, most especially an owl, they are so common to fight an owl in numbers. Beautiful. Thread lining up, shuffling all the feathers, and make sure to get dry, easy, and get out in the area and fly off into some area where he wants to fly. Best fly species, you tend to see them going for insects. They catch insects that's raising all the time. The butcher starlings, I get a question, but my sound is very echoey. Is any FC, can you repeat that? I only get is any bird of species, the sound disappear. BK, you get that? Some of it, Lara, yes, of course. All species that are able to hunt other species of birds, it's always an argument, it's always a trouble. But if you look at Starling, fox-tailed drongo, and the others, those who are able to hunt themselves, they are really can stay together. All those who hunt, like an owls, eagles, African hairy hawk, they would never come close to any species of birds. They will fight back. So the others, they can fly together, they can feed together, it's not a problem. As you can see now here, there was a hornbill. If you look at it in the middle of the tree, I'm not sure whether it's on a bush rock. It looked like the color yellow in the middle of that Transvaal gardenia. It's something there It looked like a canary, yellow-eyed canary from a distance where I am. But you look at that yellow from the distance, it's really stunning. Some of the birds, of course, there are shining colors, especially if they're breeding. They have so-called plumage that they really have. For instance, earlier on here, we get, myself and BK, there was a paradise wider, which is a very long tail, and also beautiful colors that they have. It's only when they breed. If they're not breeding, they're in a different image. Of course, you may even fail to recognize other species. Of course, from the waterhole here, Western Guarri, very close to a sandy patch, we'll be looking to Liam.
Good afternoon, everybody. From a sweltering Pridelands Game Reserve, my name is Liam. I'm your naturalist for the afternoon in this part of the world. Johan, our very skilled camera operator, and Sina is our backup guide. Before I forget as well, Morris is in the tracker seat this afternoon, helping us to pick out a few exciting sightings. We're just here on the wall here at Leopard Dam, taking a look at a bit of sign of elephant activity, in particular this quite pronounced pathway that we're actually stood on. This is an elephant highway, probably used over generations to access this waterhole. Also interesting to see that an elephant has come up against this pretty formidable looking knobthorn tree with mud reaching a little bit higher than I can even stretch. A serious mark up there. So eddies will quite happily splash around in the mud, coat themselves nicely head to toe, and then come in for a bit of an exfoliation treatment, a bit of a shuffle against the bark. Yeah, awesome signs of big life and small life. We hope to head out this afternoon and kind of see what we can see as the day cools down. We've already had brief sightings of an elephant bull, a herd of about 60 impala, and a couple of giraffes. The afternoon is full of possibilities.
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
From the biggest land mammals to the silent and tall crossing the plains, the small burrowers to the waddlers on the rocks and the small creatures in the sea, all things bright and beautiful, all things great and small, our wildlife spans across the world. It's vital that we protect and preserve. Join us in celebrating the wildest side of life this March as the 3rd marks World Wildlife Day.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I am an outdoor photographer, a wildlife filmmaker, and a conservation storyteller. Penguin Beach is going to offer us this really unique opportunity to watch and pick up on the smallest of details in the penguins' lives. It's going to allow us the time to really get to know these penguins well, get to know their story, and get to interpret the little finer details and share that with you with a live TV show and get you to fall in love with penguins.
Yes, folks, welcome back. As you can see, we are here at the hyena den. We've got old Corky. She's still pretty much here at the entrance of this den site. Definitely on a hot day like this, she doesn't want to expose too much, or she doesn't want to expose the cubs too much to the sun. It's very, very hot today, so that's why she's reversed quite a bit into the den site, into that entrance. So of course the cubs can suckle much easier and undercover. So for safety reasons as well. I can imagine she must be getting really, really warm around that entrance with the sea today. But luckily, slowly but surely, there is a breeze that's coming through now. So I think she gets a little bit cooler. And see what she's going to do maybe later on. But I don't see any other clan members here at the moment. It's just Corky herself. I know that Ribbon was here earlier this morning, but I think Corky's dominating this entrance or the den site itself more than Ribbon. So I think maybe her hierarchy is definitely higher. The matriarchal system is very, very, very strict in the hyena clan. As you know that usually always your daughters of the matriarch really gets preferences, and especially when they start competing for that hierarchy. And then we'll do the matriline. And matriline is of course your highest ranked female ranking down to the lowest ranked female. And on top of that as well, you'll find that the males, they won't really hang around the den sites too much. Well, I know while we sit here and wait, we're going to take you guys towards Liam to Pridelands. He's got something that's up in a tree.
So just as we were wrapping up our introduction segment here on the Leopard Dam wall at Pridelands Game Reserve, So just as we were wrapping up our introductory segment here on Leopard Dam Wall on the Pridelands concession, I was lucky enough to spot the striking yellow stomach of a reptilian resident of the property. This is a yellow-bellied sand snake, more specifically a western yellow-bellied sand snake. A really elegant species of snake, long and beautiful, really striking markings almost in layers. You might see him shifting his head there. Johan and I were actually just having a discussion. These snakes are particularly visually based, specializing in catching diurnal active lizard species and spotting them moving in the undergrowth by vision. A really spectacular snake. They do have a mild venom, a mildly neurotoxic venom, which would target a prey item's central nervous system, its heart, its brain, its lungs. However, the venom is extremely mild on a human being. The bite would not be dangerous in most circumstances. I'm sure a bite could be probably fairly painful, though. The bites from many snakes are, so best not to pester him or her. Yeah, it is incredible what you actually see in the bush when you take the time to get off of the vehicle and stand a little bit, absorbing the environment around you. The three of us were walking up and down here just now with the snake not more than 1 meter from our heads, and none of us noticed him. A beautiful little jewel with the yellow belly. We have over 60 species of snake in this area. I think favorable conditions, lots of heat, plenty of cover, and plenty of prey species are a recipe for reptile diversity. While that might not sound so appealing to some, to me, that's a very, very happy thing. I love reptiles. While a snake might be quite a frightening thing for many, I think even for people who are quite afraid of them, there is a bit of a morbid fascination in kind of the way they move. I find them totally captivating. They're magical. And even though it might not fulfill the kind of perceived standards of conventional beauty as far as wild things, snakes serve a critical role in the biodiversity of this ecosystem. Without snakes, we would be totally overrun by things like rodents spreading disease that could arguably kill people. So we need the snakes. Be kind to snakes. If you live in a place where snakes can be found and you do come across a snake, perhaps in your garden or in your home, if you aren't confident about what it is or how to deal with it, perhaps best to contact an experienced or perhaps even licensed snake handler or snake catcher, who will often come out to your house free of charge, though it's quite kind to pay their petrol, and capture that snake gently and ethically, put it in a nice bucket and take it to somewhere where it can be safe. They have just as much right to life as a kudu, an elephant, a bird.
Back to the den site, to the hyena den. I fully agree with Roan and Liam. I think a lot of people misunderstand snakes. I think the snakes will avoid us more than we avoid them. So yeah, it's always a misconception. But as we come back to old Corky, still resting, still very hot, so he's not going to be too active at this point of time. But it's always nice. I think hyenas is one of the very interesting animals around here. I mean, I remember in the Sabi Sands, quite far west, we had a young hyena called Fluffy. And Fluffy was pretty much like a sub-adult. So he was really, really fluffy, like a lot of fur, and he looked like a poodle that was just washed. And of course, old Fluffy came into the lodge every single night, and I lost so many shoes. It was pretty much my fault as well. So I left my shoes outside once or twice, and every time I left my shoes outside, Fluffy would come and grab one and run off with it, And the next morning I would wake up and of course I just had one shoe left. So I had to replace many shoes. I've got a cupboard full of single shoes, as well as my gym bench. He ate my entire cushion off my gym bench, which was absolutely sad. But once again, you know, we are in their house, so you've got to accept it. You just got to play safe. You just got to be clever and make sure that you don't leave anything outside, because they do tend to enjoy certain things. While we were sitting here with Corky, I did have a couple of Franklins alarm calling further down to the east of us here in the Molawati. I'm just thinking on a hot day like this, I really maybe want to drop down into that thing. Oh, look. That is so cute. It's like a little bear. Oh my God. Corky, you've got a beautiful little cub. I'm hoping more. That's it. Good afternoon, Hyena boy. It is the Corkster. She's definitely living up to her name again. She's corking that whole entrance to that den site. She's a beautiful hyena, really. A lot of people kind of think hyenas are ugly. I don't think so. I think they are absolutely one of the most amazing apex predators that we do have. I mean, I've seen amazing things that they've done in the greater Kruger Park, and they've got my full respect. So yes, no, oh, Corky, she's a legend. Definitely, and I think she's really a good mom. Hopefully she can raise that little cub to adulthood. It'll be fantastic. I just wish that little one just pokes its head out again. Good afternoon, Susie. Welcome. Yes, they do not do allo suckling, so they will not allow each other's cubs to suckle from one another. They're not like lions. Well, of course, your lions, they do the allo suckling. They allow each other's cubs pretty much. You'll find sometimes with the lions, they'll go one at a time back to a den site. And you say 2 or 3 females had cubs, and they're all suckling at the same time. You'll find one female will go back to the den site, and you'll find that all 3 females' cubs will suckle from that lioness. But yes, if Ribbon's cubs wants to approach Corky for a suckle at the milk bar, unfortunately, she would kind of push, not a kick, but like just push the cubs off, and she'll just make sure it's her own cubs that's suckling from her. She wants to make sure that her cub gets the most out of it. As soon as she starts sharing her milk with Ribbon's cubs, Heart's cubs, or Heart's cub, you'll find that she's going to start, I can say, neglecting her own cub's chances of becoming strong with her milk. So she doesn't really want to have a little cub competing on the same level as Heart and Ribbon's cubs. So it's very important for her just to make sure that it's just her cubs that's suckling.
Peaceful surroundings, the nature. It's not something I can get in my homeland, so it's wonderful to be able to be live, with you guys and feel like you're actually there.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
With wild dogs, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We don't always get to see those, so that's just been amazing.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I wanted to be part of the support of WildEarth. It brings so much to everybody, and everything has brought so much to me, especially, got me through some difficult times myself. I found WildEarth shortly before I was going to go through some things in my own personal life, and it's what got me through, and I know that's a story for many, many, many people, so it's important to me to provide support to that.
This is Picky Plastic, and Picky Plastic is excited about the Global Recycling Day. Recycling plays a big role in the WildEarth environment, from protecting the penguin colony at Stony Point by cleaning up the oceans, to ensuring that the safari team reports littering and recycles within the camps. Join WildEarth and be a part of Global Recycling Day on the 18th of March 2022.
This warthog is in big trouble. He's got elephants all around. What are you going to do there, big guy? What are you going to do? Oh, he's pretty brave though. Oh man, he's not even moving. Look, that elephant is trying his best, but that warthog ain't budging. That's madness. That's so funny. And we have a winner. The warthog wins the standoff.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
It has been a wonderful privilege to identify one of our key characters here at Penguin Beach, Pepper, with a very, very distinct facial patterning, as the name would suggest, very peppered and speckled belly. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this penguin does over the next few days and months. Because of those unique markings, it's going to be really, really cool to watch it as it moves around the penguin colony here at Starling.
So just a testament to how unpredictable the bush can be. While we were busy wrapping up, taking an exciting look at that yellow-bellied sand snake, this elephant bull popped out of the bush and had a drink. Quite a colossus. I'd put him at early 30s in terms of his age. A man on a mission. We may loop around a little bit and attempt to kind of reframe him a little bit for you guys, as we seem to be kind of losing him in the vegetation there. Elephants cover quite vast distances during the day. At this time of the year, perhaps not so much, with resources being quite available all over the place. Ken, thank you very much for your comments. Indeed, Prideland seems to be the place to be today. With action in every corner, we're not quite even sure where to be looking. Elephants during really difficult times of drought in some areas may walk 60 kilometers every day between sources of food and sources of permanent water. For now, though, these bulls in particular seem to be living a life of luxury, with fruiting marula trees around every corner and ample water, ample mud wallows. Life is good. You can see him picking up those marulas quite clearly. Brenda, good afternoon to you as well. Look, occasionally elephants become quite difficult to find. That's not a super regular occurrence. So occasionally, at some times of the year, we do have to follow elephant tracks to try and achieve sightings for them. But we are blessed with quite incredible elephant density. And that means fairly secure sightings throughout the year. Thankfully, they tend to be one of the easier animals to track, not only based on the sheer size of their feet, the tracks they leave behind, but the fact that they make a whole lot of noise when they feed. So even if we are looking at tracks, we'll often switch off the car, have a bit of a listen, get everybody on the vehicle to be completely silent, and then listen out for snapping branches, and that gives us the direction. I'm just going to pull forward a little bit again. I seem to have got him behind a bush there for you. I think he's having a rub on this marula tree. Rock Candy Susie, a great question. So elephants in Africa, certainly the bulls, can weigh around 6 tons. Pretty staggering for an animal that feeds exclusively on vegetable material. The same is true of the white rhino, things like the hippo. Also enormous, bulky animals that do not eat meat. It all comes down to the way that animals, herbivores more specifically, process cellulose. They have the ability to transform the cells in plant walls into proteins that they can actually then generate into body mass. So we as humans don't have the ability to process cellulose that well. Though obviously plants are quite good for us. So I'm not saying don't eat your salad. Eat your salad. They are quite staggering. An adult elephant bull could stand 12 foot, 4 meters at the shoulder. That makes him the largest mammal to walk anywhere on land. And I think that size, as we've seen with a couple of the bigger bulls, it gives them the slow, unwavering confidence of a continent. We are going to hang around and watch some of the antics with this bull as he flips over branches in the long grass, searching for those tasty marula trees.
Here, I'm just taking a look at something interesting that's happening around on this road. So what I've got now for everybody that's actually watching, I've got a quiz for you. I want to find out if you can identify which animal makes this track. If I come down to the road, it's little tracks that's going all along here. So it's walking all along. As you can clearly see, this track going towards the vehicle. So first of all, it's an animal that's got pretty much 4 legs. So if it's walking like that there, it's pretty much like that, and it's scraping. So if something's scraping, what walks really slow? Well, that is pretty much now a little clue that I'm going to give you. It's an animal as well that in very, very hot days with the sun shining, it needs water. It has to be an animal that is not too far away from water as well, and only really seen in summertime. Wintertime, they do hibernate. So that is going to be the quiz. So if anybody's got an answer for us, please, send us a Twitter, of course, hashtag WildEarth, or even if it's the kids, kids questions at wildearth.tv. So please, guys, send your answers to us, and let's see who can get this answer right. As you can see, it's a beautiful track, 2 tracks, and it's heading in that direction. 10 to 1, it's heading to the water. Let's head down around to Twin Dams. Maybe we're lucky to see it there. Fantastic. We will be waiting for your answers. Tracking is amazing. As I see, Liam is also enjoying his tracking with the elephants. So, which is always a fun part about our job, is tracking something and finding something, actually all recognizing which tracks or which animal has made those tracks. I think that's why we're here in the Sabi Sands. We're very, very fortunate enough to jump off the vehicle, get on our fours and actually look closely at tracks and signs of the wild. Let's take a look. Let's see what we can find at Twin Dams. Ha. Yep. Dark mane. Mane. Yes, very, very close. You got this. You got the right idea. You definitely got the right idea. But unfortunately, it's not a water monitor. A water monitor, you will see the tail. So you would see a tail pretty much in between the two tracks. There's no sign of the tail of or a drag mark of the tail. It's just really the four legs that you can see moving along. So thank you very much for the answer. Unfortunately, yeah, that's incorrect. Wow. Congratulations, whoever got that right. Yes, it is a leopard tortoise. A leopard tortoise, definitely in summertime, very dependent on water. They've got a thing called a bursa. Now the bursa, of course, they always have to keep filled with water. And on winter times, we do not have rain in winter time. It's too cold. They would usually hibernate, get under thickets in the leaves or under branches and actually rest during winter time. Summertime, they'll usually, with the rain coming through, a lot of puddles happening around. You'll find many, many times a beautiful tortoise, leopard tortoise, or other species, a hingeback tortoise that we would see around this area. So that is correct, everybody. Whoever said leopard tortoise, that is the one. Well played, well played, well played. It's actually one of the nicest animals to kind of take a look at the tracks. It's just got very cute little tracks, and yeah, a lot of people do get that mistaken, but fantastic. Leopard tortoise. Most probably came down to drink some water here, because of that, the tracks came directly to this dam area. But yeah, I think these impalas might have seen him come past at a very slow pace. They might have been thinking they've been watching a wildlife movie in slow-mo, watching that tortoise come down with that slow pace.
I have to take you into an ad pod when you're up. Speaking.
Wildlife can be mysterious in many ways, but most animals do leave behind clues to tell us where they've been and what they've been doing. Anything from fallen feathers and fur to footprints and even poo can tell us a story. It just takes a little practice to know what to spot, where to search, and to work out what's been going on from the evidence we find. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Rex and Tessa around the fire as they talk about reading the Bush newspaper. Straight after the Sunset Safari on Sunday the 27th of February, you will have the opportunity to pick the brains of two incredible naturalists, and who knows, you may learn to be a nature Sherlock yourself. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is among Southern Africa's largest and most established non-governmental conservation organizations. Our strategic vision centers on saving species, conserving habitats, and benefiting people. In 2021, the EWT secured habitats, reintroduced African wild dogs and cheetahs into reserves across southern Africa, and created vulture-safe zones to reduce major threats to vultures, such as poisoning and electrocution. On the 3rd of March 2022, we celebrate World Wildlife Day under the theme Recovering Key Species from Ecosystem Restoration. Standing strong alongside our partners, donors, supporters and friends, the EWT staff have achieved remarkable gains for conservation. Thank you for helping us protect forever together.
This is incredible. Looks like vivid monkeys do sometimes go for swims. I heard something splash, but we couldn't see what it was in the long grass. Now I just saw that thing swimming there. This is incredible. I hope it gets to the bank. There are crocodiles in this dam. And it looks like, you see that monkey climb up into the tree? Wow.
Expect the unexpected here on
Welcome back. We are now visited Chela Pen. This is the pen called Chela Pen. Most of you might have heard about the name. This is the pen itself. I believe this is one of the pen over many years. It visited by lots of leopards and lion sightings around here. I've seen crocodile before in a small pen. Water algae taking place. As you can see, water becoming a little bit green. It'll become food for different species, of course. Chela pen, we know that even one of the female from Kuhumas were named Chela. Chela actually is this pen. Chela, it means, it can be meaning digging, or machela, it means frogs. So in Shangaan, one name might mean different things, but it depends on how you pronounce it. So here's the Chela pen. Today I'm going to visit all these small pens. Are very productive. Leopard love small pen during the whole day, because it's not visited by many animals in the course of a day. Let's try to check the next pen, mud wallows. I head on Twin Dam Spaghetti Crossing, and I'll head towards the west. Remember this morning, Chris was following tracks of a leopard. More or less, I come to the trail house also later, and I discovered that the francolin were not happy on that area. I'm not really sure that the leopard is still there. If it's not Mulawati, of course, it could be married. So I'd like to take chances of the afternoon or this gap also to go and check around. If I don't find tracks, it will mean the leopard is still hot. It might be still lying down. But it's very practical and common for a leopard if it's around the waterhole because of the species moving in the course of a day. As far as warthog and impala, you'll get to spot that and get interested to hunt. It might come out and we might get an evidence where the leopard have drag or leopard drag mark around the waterhole. We're going to really inspect around the waterhole and head around where possible might be also mud wallows that we are checking, visiting today. I know that maybe one or two of them we might have joy. If it's not leopard itself, it might be information, because really information is what we want. Following the information that the leopards in the area, it makes guarantee for ourselves to concentrate on that particular area. Mud wallows. So let me have an opportunity to brief or share about the information what happened here. A few days back I was talking about elephant. Elephant doesn't need any human being to interfere in their lives. If you look at these mud wallows, it's been dug by elephant. They wallow here, buffalo, rhino, warthog. Even today they still wallow. They still come here and wallow. We had a rain for a few weeks. It's almost 4 weeks ago, even more than that, some of the area. But it's still holding water. Some of the natural pen that we have in the area, it started from the footprint of an elephant. Elephant walk in the area, water come in that size of the elephant footprint, drink water and wallow and extend the volume of the, yes, of course, as the cameraman showing that it started from there. That is a footprint of an elephant that walks there. If it drains and hold water, something like a warthog will come and start to wallow, and by doing, they're extending the volume of the pen. It's even gonna go bigger and bigger. Take it for 5 years from now, this it will be a bigger pen that hold water maybe through the winter season. It might happen because summer is always raining in the area. It's always water everywhere. But we really guarantee a pen once it's sustained a dry season. But look like this one inside is very deep, because when they wallow and also carries the mud is actually the dark natural pen, because all the time they carry a mud that suffocates ticks in the body system, and at the same time gives them as a sun lotion to protect themselves against the sun, which is very interesting. We use sun lotion for ourselves, not to get burned. That means if elephant doesn't do that, they can suffer from cancer also if they don't wallow. So in the nature, you can see elephant once they get to water, if it's too hot, what they do first is to drink water and pour in their body system to cool down the body system. Otherwise, it's overheat, which the skin can damage. That's the reason they wallow. That's warthog, they wallow. There's other buffalo, they do wallow, is to protect their skin itself. Interesting. Nature how it does, and nature how actually it plans itself. It's nothing like, like nature. Nature is always perfect. Believe me, this can, even a hippo can dip in here. Crocodile can live here. And they can be so much successful because it's in the middle of anywhere. There's no much kind of drainage feeds here. Impala will come and drink here with confidence. If the crocodile is inside here, it's easy to make a kill. I can see things making bubbles. I'm not sure what might be. Talking about crocodile, it makes me think twice. It could be terrapin. I can't tell. It's such amazing how that bubbles. It looks like it's boiling spring underneath. The water comes like in boiling kettle. So what might be? So something that is big, try to really breathe while they're underneath. Wow. Let's carry on visiting all these mud wallows. We will end it, I know, finger crossed, we'll end it, find something. Here is double, there's one not far from the point, which one day in future, if these elephants are still around, they will really continuous digging the area until it joins and make one thing, of course. That will be nice to see like that way. I'm going to drive Elephant Scar Road heading towards Treehouse. You know, Treehouse is one of the area for the last 2-3 days. It was so busy. Lara Moore, thank you. Thank you, Lara Moore. Our life depended on water. Yes. For everything, water is life. Without water, nothing can exist in this area. Let's see, again guys, while we're heading in the area of Treehouse, it's quite a lot of things that might really in the area that might be fascinating also. I don't know whether I might still find it. The road that we're gonna drive now is called Elephant Skull. There was a big skull of an elephant that dies in the area. I'll check around. Maybe the hyena have taken off, but I know exactly where it was before. Maybe if we can spot it, have a time to look at and see. You know, it's very amazing. Even elephant skull, I tend to see being in an area it will take over by other species that will live inside, as far as maybe geckos, as far as squirrel, lot more to mention.
Look at that. It's amazing. Wow. Hey.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live.
Oh, that's cool. Just in there.
And the black mamba's going up the tree and the mongoose is attacking it.
She's gonna pounce again.
Sure, you can all agree with me. It's not a bad start to our Wednesday morning.
Something that I have never seen before in my entire life that you are now watching live.
Look at that. It's just beautiful. Fantastic display by a little herd of springbuck.
How is this view?
My heart is in my mouth, everybody.
Amazing, they've locked their tusks together. You can hear the cracking branches.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin, and it's completely unfazed by my presence whatsoever.
How insane is that animal?
Amazing.
Awesome. It is fantastic to watch.
Well, now we've got a tug of war between mom and daughter, look.
I'm just at a loss for words. That's just incredible to see that.
Yeah, welcome back. We're pretty much just sitting here at Djuma Dam at the moment. A couple of hippos. It's very much close to us in the, pretty much almost in the center. A nice pot of hippos. That's one thing. Djuma Dam's always produced great sightings with hippos. And this pot has been here for a very long time. I mean, I remember back in the days when I was here in the northern Sabi Sand when I started up this side in 2010. This dam already had loads of hippos, always very active. Once again, you can see, as I explained earlier, with the other lonely bull. Yeah, it's a hot day. These hippos are definitely not coming out anytime soon. The sun is pretty much blazing down at the moment. See as well this water hyacinth. It's what I've seen with this many years now as well. Many will find certain animals like geese, ducks, even hippos. Now with this water hyacinth that's around the water edges here, it's like almost a water weed. And of course, many times it gets distributed by the animals, moving from waterhole to waterhole. Sometimes you'll find when a hippo comes out of water at night time, it'll have this whole decoration on its head and on its body and moving further, and sometimes not returning to the same waterhole. Sometimes they'll end up at another waterhole and dispersing that seed or that hyacinth into that area, and it'll pretty much continue growing from that side. But I know this water hyacinth did come, some of it did come down with some of the floods that we did have many years ago. I mean, I'm thinking 2010, 11 and 12 we didn't have any of this. water weeds around. And I think 2012 we had very big floods, and then all of a sudden most of the dams around these areas those weeds started flourishing at these dams. Unfortunately, it is a lot of animals do eat it. I've seen, of course, your nyala, waterbuck, kudu. A lot of grazers and browsers will feed on these leaves, and they do get definitely some nutrients out of it. But the more the feed, the quicker it grows. It actually encourages the hyacinth to grow. And those it deoxidizes water. If it's too much in a real small dam, or like a small pan or something, and there is fish around, many times you'll find, which is not good, the roots does draw a lot of oxygen out, and it actually deoxidizes the water, where it pretty much ends up making the fish die. And then okay, we're just gonna link you guys to a lovely little surprise.
Hello and welcome back to And Beyond Ngala. So nice to have you with us again. For me, it's so great to be out here. And of course, we are with a small portion of the Birmingham Pride. Two youngsters, the two that were born during lockdown times, the young female and the two Ross males. So I'm Rowan. Behind the camera, I've got Morgan, and we'll be your guide on And Beyond Ngala for this afternoon. And we thought, you know what, we might as well just start with lions. Why not? We found them this morning, only the female and the two Ross males, and the female kept calling and calling and calling. So eventually the two youngsters popped up from further north. Oh, here she is, up, big stretch, probably coming and just moving to shade. So of course this is the sister of the young Birmingham male. And what an incredible lioness. I mean, she raised her two youngsters alone by herself, killed for them, and yeah, they survived. Phenomenal. But yeah, so quick update on the Birmingham Pride. They seem to have split up into three groups. So we've got this group, then there are the two mothers with now only three youngsters left, not six anymore, and then White Dot female with the two white lions, their siblings, and then her two sub-adult lions. So they are literally just lions all across Ngala. In the past week, when Jason was here, he was fortunate enough to see 29 different lions just during his stay here. So hopefully in the next week we'll get to show you all of that. But wow, how nice is it to be back here? I know, I'm hearing that all the viewers are super excited to have us back, and we are just so happy to be live again. We apologize for the delay. There were quite a few issues that had to be just worked out, but very, very, very thankful for the tech team for fixing all that. They worked tirelessly to try and get us up and live again. And here we are. So they have not moved too much during the course of the day. Yesterday was quite an exciting day for the two Ross males. They stole an impala carcass from a female leopard and her two cubs down here in the south, actually not too far away from where we are now. Ate the impala, and then yeah, they've just been relaxing here for the past 2 days. It's quite nice for us. They weren't hard to find this morning. Not too sure where the white lions are. We had them yesterday afternoon, and then I don't think anyone went looking for them this morning. I was driving around just the area, checking the roads around it, but no tracks. Ellie's saying her heart cannot handle seeing the Birminghams again. I know. I felt exactly the same way. It's basically like reconnecting with old friends. And they are looking so well. just in the past 2 months, there are quite a couple of new scars and things that I can see. And of course, before I left, there were 5 of the younger youngsters left, and now only 3. So it's only one of the youngest youngsters that belongs to that female with the scar underneath her right eye, and then 2 of the older ones, one of which is that blue-eyed young female, so she's still alive. I think, as you can hear, it's pretty windy where we are now, but it's quite nice. It's keeping us nice and cool. Otherwise, Morgan and I would be dying. It's also keeping the flies off us, so very, very thankful for that. But I think they mostly found their spot for the day. They've just been moving around the shade of this guarri tree, and it's actually quite clever where this female came to lie down closer to us. It's just the sun is setting, so this shade is really just going to stretch closer to us as well. So I think she prepped herself for a good another hour to an hour and a half sleep. And there's no need for her to call tonight because both of her youngsters joined her. Can you believe those 2 are going to be 2 years old end of March? It has been that long. And the rasmals, I must say, they look excellent. It's almost like they're just getting younger. Looking very healthy, very strong. I think they also try and move away from conflict as much as possible. Jessica, we do know which lionesses carry the white lion genes because 2 lionesses gave birth to white lions. We don't know, however, if this lioness could carry the white lion gene. Not impossible because her mother carries the white lion gene. And then of the 2 rasmals, it's possible that both of them carry the gene. But she's never given birth to a white lion. And of course the white lioness herself carries the white lion gene. I mean, it's entirely possible that the entire Birmingham Pride has the gene. It was bizarre this morning. The rasmal, or the one, was following this female around like he's ready to mate with her, but I don't think she's receptive just yet. I don't think she's quite ready to mate. Maybe another 6 months or so. But her youngsters are looking exceptional. Her little male the mane is already going a little bit black just underneath his chin. He's, you can't see his mane right now, but maybe a little bit later when he lifts his head. So I think we're going to sit here for a while, because we haven't seen the Birminghams in so long. Wait for something to happen, and while we do so, we'll send you back over to Cedric.
Yeah, welcome back here in the Sabi Sands. So good news that Ngala is now nice and up and running again and living up to its name. Got a whole lot of lions there for you guys with Rowan. Fantastic news. I'll be sitting here still at Chitwa. I've got a nice breeding herd of elephants. This is pretty much the last female that's gone through. The rest has gone in a little bit deep into the bush. It's not really a big breeding herd, maybe about 8, 9, 10 of them. Not really. It's pretty much a smallish one. But it's always nice to see elephants. I think that's one of my favorite animals, an elephant. I think an elephant has just got so much character. You can sit with elephants for hours and actually watch them feeding, and just the interaction. And one thing about the interaction is there's a lot of learning going on. So you'll find like the younger ones learning from the older ones, from the matriarch, from the older females in these breeding herds. Or even in the bachelor herds where you get the young males that's been pushed out at 17, 18 years old. And they end up with older males also learning on where to go and how to do things. And usually without that discipline, without that teaching, many times you'll find elephants that become problem elephants. So it's very, very important in the elephant society for them to learn from the elder. Of course, they can move great distances, looking for certain areas to go and feed and to go and, of course, drink water. And especially the matriarch. The matriarch, she knows the area. So the matriarch of the breeding herd is usually like the female that's oldest, the most experienced female. And she knows the area off by heart. So and the rest of the family, the rest of that breeding herd will really rely on her movements of taking them to the right areas for water and, of course, for safety and for food. So there's a lot of responsibility on the matriarch. And always people think they could pick up on the matriarch is, this one. No, I don't believe in it. I believe that you have to sit with a herd of elephants for quite some time and really look at the interaction between each other before you start saying, this is the matriarch because she's the biggest and all that. No, it doesn't. It's not really about size and all that. It's more about the experience on that female and the age of that female. As you know, the African elephant pretty much lives up to about, in the greater Kruger Park side, around about 60 years old, plus minus, due to all the vegetation type. See how they eat really, really rough vegetation, a lot of wear and tear on the teeth. And of course, the elephants pretty much have 6 sets of molars acting like conveyor belts. The first set wears away, the second set comes through, and so forth, until the 6th set is pretty much worn out. And then they cannot put that amount of vegetation, amount of food in them anymore, and they will actually die of starvation. Frana, good afternoon. Yes, I do myself. I do love that real wrinkles all over the elephant's skin. Very important just to keep that mud intact and keep it cool on very hot days. And even the little calves, if you actually look at a calf as well, sometimes you'll actually look carefully and their skin is just as wrinkled as the older ones. But they do have very, very tough skin. Of course, getting through all the vegetation and heading out on the thorny areas and moving through thorn bushes and all that. You hardly ever see an elephant with a deep gaping wound due to branches or thorns or anything like that, because those skins are so tough.
Swatike emsabeni we baba babansati banhlupha we baba abafika endlini yami awungathi bangafike kathitimela we baba how city was a Friday, my darling, was a Friday.
This is that one, I don't know if you've seen guys make soap out of the leaves.
Yeah. Hey, my sweetie, was a Friday.
Pangolin, known as the respected, wise old man of the African bush, is said to be a symbol of good luck and the bringer of rain. 8 species of pangolins are found worldwide, of which 4 occur in Africa. This mysterious creature is now the most poached animal on our planet. The African Pangolin Working Group will strive towards the conservation and protection of the African pangolin species and the habitat they live in. The African Pangolin Working Group has been mandated by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to assist and support with the retrieval, release process and the research of pangolins in South Africa. Each rescued pangolin is assessed, treated and rehabilitated by an experienced team of veterinarians and rehabilitation specialists. We can ensure the survival of the species. Together, we can make a difference.
it's a legless skink, but I'm trying to like identify this snake that's come out. Oh, no ways. It's decided to leave. Go off the road, making way for it, and then we'll carry on.
So God wants for a second. Guys, so we have not moved, and neither have they. As you can see, majority of them are just quite comfortably in the shade, and will be like that for the next couple of minutes. But it's only really the blonde Ross male there in the back, the less grumpy of the two. They will possibly be the next one to move. When the sun hits you, it is fairly hot, and it's exactly where Morgan and I are now. You can see ears twitching though. When we parked here, the amount of flies that landed on us and just started irritating us was absolutely insane. So I think in a bit what we might do is actually just leave them for now while it's still so hot. Drive back towards the Timbavati River, see if we can pick up where the mothers are with the three youngsters, those two sisters. And then tomorrow morning do a bit of a bigger, larger roundabout, check the road, see if we can find tracks of the white lions and white dot. Just to show you that the entire Birmingham Pride is mostly still intact, but not together. Mauser, so we're only wild lions in the world. There's another map. But that's
Yes, welcome back, welcome back. We're still sitting here with this beautiful breeding herd of elephants. They're slowly moving a little bit now in a northerly direction. Still feeding a lot here. I just want to see if there is a young one here. Not very, very young. Maybe around about, a year and a half, two. And look at them, they're actually on top of each other there. I want to just see if I can reposition quickly. I think we'd rather get oil now. Let's rather see. I think they're going to maybe make their ways here. There's such a cute little thing. Oh, yes. I think hopefully they just come into the open and can get a nice glimpse of it. But there's two of them, pretty much between, I'd say, about the age of a year and a half to 2 years. You must remember, an elephant, a young one, a calf, if it touches mom's tummy and below, it's about a year. And those are already touching mom's tummy. It's already gone past mom's tummy. So I think they're around about a year and a half, 2 years. And then you can also work out with the tusk side of things. So as soon as where the tusks are going to come through, it starts swelling. It swells at about 3.5 years old. Actually, the tusk starts appearing at 4 years old. You can actually start seeing it at 4 years. Dill. There's a Jojo. Jojo, look, elephants don't require a lot of time to sleep. You must remember, at least about 85% of the 24-hour day, they are feeding. They are moving towards the areas, but also feeding. So they sleep very short intervals. You'll find that the matriarch will find an area where it's nice and cool during the day and the hot heat of the day, and then they'll pretty much hang around that shady area with the younger ones sleeping between them, lying down. With the females, your older females tend to pretty much stand up because the weight of their body can do too much damage to the internal organs. So they only really sleep very minimal times. I mean, I can't give exact amount, but if you look at 85% of a 24-hour day. That's when they are feeding and heading to water areas. So if you're looking at a 15%, maybe a 10% of the day, maybe even less, 5%, I think about half an hour to an hour. But you must also remember sometimes at night time, due to the fantastic sense of hearing and smell, that they actually close their eyes while they do walk through the vegetation and feed and kind of catch a little bit of a nap while they do forage around. But look at that little one falling. Oh, that is too adorable. Oh, I love those little things. That is absolutely amazing. He's sniffing the air at the back there. That's I find those little ones are just so amusing sometimes. A little bit of an older one with that youngster. They may be about a 3.5, 4-year-old. You can just see it. Well, anyway, while we sit with this herd, let's head to Rex, and I think he's got a little bit of a surprise for you guys. Let's take a look.
Welcome back from starting with the Birmingham of Elephant. We are joining lookalike marades. Really interesting. Today I was having feeling it's very important for us to check all these mud wallows and small pans. It really works. We were about to get to area of Brie. One of the Vietnamese guy callers, he spotted a leopard in one of these mud wallows. It's lying flat on the grass, very difficult to see more in details, but this is marades. Remember, whoever joined us in the morning, we were really follow up on the Franklin in calves west of Treehouse Dam, and I was really saying there's a leopard in the area. If it's not Mulawati, it could be marades. All over some area where I already have looked at this young male. So he was hiding from us. And just because it's too hot, they're not going to concentrate quite a lot into big water holes because it's a lot of disturbance, of course. High volume of all species that comes to big water hole, it will make the leopard fires, elephant to chase the leopard off. But they will select very small mud hollows that hold water at the current moment that's raising these leopards here. Anything that will come here, it won't be more than 10, 15 elephant. It can be one lonely elephant sometimes. And it's such amazing how elephants really organize that in nature, knowing that small pen is not a good thing. Of course, they visit because they need to wallow, they need to swim in a small pen as it is here. Because showing you, it's only for 1 or 2 elephant, mother and the baby. They can really find themselves very fine here. But yes, marades. And now waiting here, very welcome of flesh if Impala water comes into the area, because they will also really like very small volume of water as far as water. Thank you from James Richard. Yes, of course, we really appreciate that. We have done well for the afternoon. I was having a feeling if we can all visit all the small waterhole, it's going to work. Otherwise, if we concentrate on big waterholes, it will be nothing for afternoon until late in the afternoon. Well, we'll stay with this leopard, of course, in a position that he is at the moment. It's not a great, of course. Maybe it will improve. We'll keep monitoring on that. And it's still hot in the area. Leopard, of course, what can you do? If you look at the area, the patch with the high, tall grass, underneath is still wet because it's really a part of the mud wallow. So it's like a clay soil that still have moisture. It's trying to cool down the body system itself by are lying down in the area where still a little bit of wet on the ground. I've seen leopard doing that. The best area, of course, for this kind of weather is to drive riverbed, where it's very sandy and some of the sandy is still wet. You get to see lions and leopard like those areas because they cool down the body system very easy. Leopards and lions, in sense, they highly don't like water. It's not a species that it can cross rivers or inside water. Not at all. You cannot see them swimming around in the area. They avoid water area. They only drink and be around ambushing, waiting for impala and warthogs and other species as machine to come. These animals sleeping flat as is nothing. But if anything comes here, before it even gets into the point, if it's impala or anything prey species, you might hear that from the distance. So there, yes, the rosette marks in the tall grass. It works. That shows that there's a leopard in the area. Now and then you can see it twitching of the ears to show that it's not a dummy leopard. It's really live. It's unbelievable. It's how actually in nature leopard does. You can see the ears twitching. As we are, Susie, as we're talking, here's my ribs. Show you that I'm a living cat. Really, my ribs can answer the all questions that we're asking and also what we're referring to the leopard. It seems like you can hear that. I wish I was coming down here from the elephant skull, hoping to find an elephant skull, and really indicated one of the tree. Talking to BK, I said, I want to see a leopard on top of this tree one day. A beautiful tree, I'll show you maybe by tomorrow in the morning. If my wishes come through, I will be happy. It's a perfect area and perfect for a leopard. Definitely Moritz, by the look of the thing. There's a tracks not far from the point here. It looked like a female leopard headed towards the dam. So later on, might be the best again, working around of the area of Treehouse, Texas Road, Savage, Treehouse South, in the surrounding. I was hoping this leopard. There's an elephant visiting behind us.
Nothing beats sitting around a campfire at night whilst on safari, listening to the calls of the wild and chatting to your guide. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, then you can enjoy this from the comfort of your home. Imagine hearing bush stories from your favorite WildEarth guide and reliving their highs and lows of a life spent in the wild. Every month, WildEarth explorers will be treated to an exclusive fireside chat, special occasions, hot topics, and deep dives into the WildEarth characters.
Everything else is just welling up inside of you out in nature. You know, some people think I'm weird, but I have an absolute joy. I have a good time.
No, I enjoyed myself thoroughly today.
WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
Stanley is such an awesome African penguin, and personally, my favorite. I love Stanley because of that amazing plumage variation, that beautiful broad black breastband with the cutest little white heart directly in the middle. And Stanley plays hard to get, but we are so happy to have him down here at Stony Point and can't wait to share Stanley's life with you.
It's amazing how this waterhole was so productive when we started. There was all sorts of creatures around, and now it is rather quiet. I guess it's possibly because of the increased wind, which could potentially have something to do with the animals not coming to drink. I mean, there was a whole bunch of impala, zebra, even birds have been quiet since the wind picked up. Saw woodlands kingfisher earlier and couldn't really stick to it. Oh, there's something flying. To get that on camera will be near impossible. I'm so delighted that Ngala is back. And what a way to start off with that pride of lions. Fantastic. Such a beautiful part of the Greater Kruger where they're based. I think every location have their own character and their own unique features that makes them stand out and different to the other locations, whether it be down along the coast or here at Djuma or even in Ngala. You know, it just brings that bit of diversity to the whole thing. There, rock candy Susie. You'll find it to quick count. Dam-wise, man-made ones would be on Djuma would be Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam, Vuyatela Dam, the one right here at the camp, with the one we're looking at now, and then Buffalo's Hook, I think. So it should be 4. The others are natural small wallows and pans. So the man-made ones, to my knowledge, would be those 4. And then obviously we head down to Chitwa, which is not on Djuma, but we do traverse there. We obviously have Chitwa Dam, which is also a man-made dam. Well, on that note, I say man-made. Some of these were existing pans that were just made bigger with bigger dam walls just to hold water for longer. So almost simulating like a river system in a way, almost creating that gradient system along the drainages. And one can argue this would not have been the case 200-300 years ago. But we also have to understand that as much as this is still one of the last remaining wilderness areas in Southern Africa as well as the world, there is no such thing as infinite wilderness anymore. And even here, the impact of man is there already, and therefore we have to at times simulate certain processes. And I'm not talking about Djuma alone, I'm talking about conservation in general. Even within the Kruger National Park itself, there is still some man-made structures in terms of water. Now, a lot of it was done a long time ago. I believe that if we would have turned back the clock with the knowledge we have today, we probably would have done things a little different. All right? I mean, conservation management is ever evolving. As we have access to better research equipment and techniques, we're starting to revisit quite a number of old research, and the things we discover is quite incredible. We are starting to contradict earlier research efforts by the new things that we find. And we're realizing that a lot of the old practices must not necessarily always the best, but the effort was there at least. Unfortunately, we can still see this, and this still exists. And it's fantastic that we can bring it to you. And we're also going to link over to Liam on his bushwalk to take you a little closer to this beautiful wilderness.
This afternoon on Pridelands, we are talking trees. And what better tree to bring to you this afternoon than the magic Guarri. And quite a magic specimen it is. They are an evergreen tree species with a very, very sort of thick, healthy-looking bush of leaves throughout the year. However, that comes with a bit of a catch. The leaves are very well protected from heat, from cold, but unfortunately they're protected by quite a waxy substance on the leaves, and that makes them highly unpalatable to basically all of the herbivores out here. And they do make quite an interesting berry. They fruit every couple of years, in my experience in the Lowveld, not really on a set kind of fruiting annual kind of schedule, but that fruit is very, very popular with things like elephants, who will wrap their trunk around an entire branch and strip whole mouthfuls off, and the fruit is also loved by birds. It's a bit bitter for us, but it is also palatable for people. However, the magic Guarri has got a bit of an interesting, a fun and interesting fact around it. It is referred to locally, loosely, as the toothbrush bush. So let me just try and snap a little limb off here. I might have to use my Leatherman. It's very fibrous bark. Cut a nice limb. So in some of our most rural of areas, if you are traveling through Africa, you may notice that a lot of even the very poorest of poor people in African communities, the majority of them have beautiful pearly white teeth, lovely smiles. I believe to some degree that maybe thanks to the magic Guarri. So you're supposed to do this with your teeth, but in order to save my enamel, I'm going to just chew up the end. I've stripped the bark off of it. I'm going to chew up the end with my pliers. That sort of splits the bark, or the inner bark, the very fibrous stuff, into bristles, much like your toothbrush at home. And then you sort of flick it open, try and separate them all a bit. And then that functions quite nicely as a toothbrush. Perhaps not quite as effective as the one you've got at home, but if you're in the bush, quite desperate to clean your teeth, it is an option. You can actually use this as well in conjunction with the bark, the burnt ash, should I rather say, of the leadwood tree, Combretum imberle, and that ash burns snow white. Add a few drops of water to a couple of tablespoons of that, mix it into a paste, makes a phenomenal toothpaste. Leon, thank you very much for your question. I actually am not 100% sure why it is called the magic Guarri, but if I dip back into the very back of my knowledge, I believe that there are some beliefs in our rural communities that this tree has the potential to chase away evil spirits. I'm going to have to confirm that and perhaps get back to you in a slightly later segment. But very good question. Thank you very much for that. I think it's to do with superstition. The magic Guarri. All right. I think we're going to head over to my esteemed colleague, naturalist Chris, who is on Djuma at the dam cam.
Well, look who's joined us here. Quite a young elephant bull. Just sort of walking around the edge of the water, trying to pick up a few little tidbits, and we'll just watch him. It's just that when I mentioned this is getting a little quiet here, and then this fellow rocked up, and it's amazing. Obviously, I can't really gauge its size from here. You know, I'm also looking through a screen here, but it's not a teenager as such. It's probably either late teens or perhaps even early 20s. I did not see any other elephants arrive as well. There might be others around. Remember, I don't have a full three-dimensional view. I pretty much see exactly what you see. But we got him. That's all that matters. Trying to figure out what he's eating there. Definitely not maroon. Okay, there he's got some grass. That's definitely some grass. Interesting is that's fairly dry grass. And why? Maybe he needs a bit of fiber. You know, we know that this time of the year, with all the very green grass, a lot of fluids they're taking, so they often will up their fiber intake through dead grass. I've also seen them eating the dung of other elephants. And then when it really gets tough, they will strip some bark. Although this time of the year, they tend to utilize the bark of trees much less compared to winter. It looks like his left tusk is, the tip might be either broken off or perhaps worn down. And just like us, elephants are also left or right-sided. So they're not too different.
Wildlife can be mysterious in many ways, but most animals do leave behind clues to tell us where they've been and what they've been doing. Anything from fallen feathers and fur to footprints and even poo can tell us a story. It just takes a little practice to know what to spot, where to search, and to work out what's been going on from the evidence we find. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Rex and Tessa around the fire as they talk about reading the Bush newspaper. Straight after the sunset safari on Sunday the 27th of February, you will have the opportunity to pick the brains of 2 incredible naturalists, and who knows, you may learn to be a nature Sherlock yourself. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Wildlife trafficking remains a growing problem in South Africa, and often made worse by the way the media portray this complex issue. WESA, the Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, in partnership with WWF South Africa and supported by USAID, have recently embarked on a program whereby they train reporters to better tell stories of wildlife trafficking.
In my community, wildlife conservation is mostly something other people do, and I would like to change that. My name is Iman Singli. I told people I met that the pangolin is one of the most trafficked animals on the planet. But what is a pangolin, they said? Why is it in danger? This is what made me decide that the pangolin story must be told. If we are to play a part in preventing the extinction of this animal, then we must all be part of the battle.
A partnership between WWF South Africa and WESA, supported by USAID.
Right, so Marips has found himself a puff adder that he's busy playing with, which is dangerous. I've seen leopards die from puff adder bites. I think he got hit on the paw. So he's obviously taken snakes on before. At what cost, Marips?
Welcome back. We are with the Marips. Still, he doesn't change lying down. Of course, he preferred to be in an area because it's quite a lot of shadow. But I believe if anything comes here, as far as hyena or impala or anything, it might really get up and more interested. If hyena comes, you have to move maybe away from the waterhole. That is the nature of the leopard. They tend to really avoid hyenas and big animal that can really cause their life into danger. Marips is a very young leopard, not yet experienced when it comes to hunting. That's the reason you still have the Marips. Once you get to see him in one spot, you always find him in that particular area. If you work well, you might be successful because you really still wait for the mother to come back. I believe he's not yet 2 years. He's down the line. Maybe he's going to complete 2 years, not so long. In May, somewhere there. Connie, you're hunting that. You're asking if a leopard can hunt a small elephant. I think a leopard can have that ability to hunt a small elephant. There's no chances from the head itself. They're very much protective. They can really cause a damage for a leopard. I don't think that can happen unless if the youngster has been abandoned and the mother have left the area. But 99.9%, the elephant cannot do that at all. They can really take care of their own offspring, so it is difficult. But if you look at how powerful is the leopard, yes, if the baby is still young, a leopard, most especially a big male, can really kill a baby leopard less than a month. Because really this is an unbelievable species when it comes to hunting. But it's very rare to see like that. As I said, 99.9. I haven't seen that in my entire life. But in other areas where the elephant population is very high, and that can happen because once the species are so high in a particular area, they tend to be not living their normal life. They change their lifestyle of living. We go, for instance, if we go Chovi, another part, where we know that our elephant here behave in this way, you find that in the other part of the world doesn't behave the same because of high populated. I'll take an example. If you look at the hippo in the area, they practice more dominant with the female in the pond. If you go in areas like Luanga, where there's lots of thousands and thousands of hippos that lives in the same area, they cannot practice to be a dominant in that particular pond, because there are over 1,000 and 1,000 fighting with all males that are there. It's a waste of time. So again, animals in different areas, they are really presenting different style of life. So even the leopard are the same. And other species are the same. Some of the areas you might have seen a leopard killing a baby elephant. You never know. I can't argue with that, can't deny it because it's real. But in the area where we are, it will be very seldom to see that happening. Coming to the experience of a leopard, earlier on I was touching that Marit is not yet experienced to the degree of hunting and more successful in a daily basis. It's a lack of draw. Of course, you can see in the 2 days ago, Marits have shown us energy in her body system, going up trees, even trying to hunt squirrel, something that's small. The way Marit was moving, it shows positive energy that he can make a kill using the strength, even run down the impala, or baby Steenbok, baby Grey Decker. It can happen easy on that way. It's not like, for instance, I'll take an example with Talamba. Talamba is very experienced leopard. You can see Talamba now and then having kills. Talking about Talamba, the report of her, she's crossed over into the east in the area where I have no-go area, which is Torchwood, with the calves. The Rachita Katlan we have seen show one of the youngsters up in the tree, of course, and headed across to the west. We haven't followed because our protocol doesn't allow us to follow a young leopard if the mother is not currently into the spot, because that might cause danger. But this one is now getting to the stage where it's more independent, and her mother is now getting to the stage where she'll roam around quite a lot in a big picture of an area. She'll become nomadic not so long. Even now she might be, because I don't think she can stand against the other new blood that comes into the area. She will be always defeated. But again, we have learned from Tingana, you'll never say that until you confirm it. Tingana have shown us a certain behavior that all of us were still raving about it. Once at a stage, it was nothing, and he turned over the table, resurrect into very strong life in the mode of fighting. Exactly, Tani can do that. What will stop her to do it, you might find that Tani sent marking and back in the area, challenge all the females. Who knows? You never know. But I've seen. John, when Marie is going to mate, I'll be estimating. Let me try to help you there. A leopard will start to mate when it reaches the sexual maturity. There's quite a lot of things, it's complex, quite a lot of things that might be involved before mating. If a leopard is strong enough, I've seen, of course, I'll take an example to answer your question with quarantine. We have seen quarantine age of 3.5, 4 years, somewhere there, he was started to mating. The reason behind it was physical fit, strong, and he can able to challenge. If you're weak, you're not able to challenge. Remember, survival of the fittest, and also female really wants to encourage by the male to mate that is stronger and genetically and look healthy. You'll never know with marriage. Maybe you'll start earlier, maybe you'll start late. But it's very practical common to find that a male will start actually to be in his prime around 5 years. That's guarantee that he can mate. Between 3.5 to 4, he will be always challenging. He will be challenging other males and make sure and establish his own territory before he mate. So really mating and taking care of cubs and loved by females when they reach up to 5 to 7 years, we'll say this leopard is in prime. So during that time is what I might guarantee. If he's 3.5 years to 4 years, found that he's not physically fit, strong, like as quarantine, one of the gorilla offspring, he cannot mate at all. So let's cross fingers for him, maybe to start late, start early before late. But what is going to happen? We're not going to know that because this leopard born in the surrounding of the conservancy of Djuma, and once he reached that stage, he might be far worse. We are lucky to know about Tambo and to know about Hosanna, that they mated into the southwest corner of our conservancy, furthermore out of the traversing right, which is now busy being territorial. For him, we'll be lucky if he goes in an area that can identify him according to the the spot patterns that we're really given to anyone that's this young leopard born in Djuma. in this date and this date, and everyone knows about it in science. If he's lucky stay in science, he will be able to be follow up on the record of him being mating or not. That will be always updated by WildEarth, of course, whoever will be here by that time, because something that is more unique in the area for all guides to share information about different leopard that grow up from one area and cross over to another area. I'll take an example of Shavangume, which has come from southwest Singita, is now here. We still keep his profile, update what he's doing at the moment. I hope I've answered the question according to behavior of a leopard and normally what leopard used to do. That's a practical example that I've learned over many years of my experience. Rosemary, yes, we're all waiting for that moment that Maurice will get up and move and start to enjoy the best of full vision of Maurice. But it looks like he's still started on. Let him sign up. One other thing, of course, all cats, Rosemary, remember, sun burns a lot of energy in the body system of all different species that we have in the area. So when the sun settles down and cooler, he might get up and move. Maybe there's no need from him to move because water is close by. But as we speak, it looks like he's just showing some interest of his getting up now and then, listening to the direction where it might be sound of different sort of species that he might try to hunt, or danger, of course, which is highly important, first priority for a leopard to know where danger comes from. We'll be living from Liam, from the Marheeds, and over to Pride.
So the sun is just beginning to sink towards the horizon here on the Pridelands Conservancy. And we are sat just soaking in the vista of this spectacular mountain range off to the west. The range in question here is the Drakensberg, which is basically the spinal column running all the way down the central plateau of our incredible country, South Africa. Quite a spectacular point directly opposite us here. It is one of the highest points in the entire northern Drakensberg. I say northern Drakensberg, it is extremely long, but this specific point is called the Mariepskop. It means the rocky mountain, and it towers a staggering 1,970 meters above sea level. We at ground level sit at about 400 meters above sea level. So that is extremely, extremely high. Just off of those mountain peaks there are sheer cliffs that plummet 200 meters straight down from the top, minimum. And on those cliffs, a lot of the reserve's vultures will head home because that is a safe place to roost and to nest. You may have heard the story that some of our local people believe that vultures can see into the future. It's actually said that belief came from these vultures flying home to these rocky cliffs right at the top of these sections along Mariepskop, where they literally got so high they could see into tomorrow. They could see into the future. Pretty phenomenal. It's a staggering mountain range, and it's interesting that a lot of our weather is quite strongly, significantly affected by the presence of this range. You'll find it has the ability to channel wind either through the valley that we're sitting in, over the lowland, pushing clouds either up, away, towards us. It can, however, create a bit of a rain shadow. So historically, in years of very, very, very serious drought across much of this Limpopo Greater Kruger section, We have had rains falling literally 50 kilometers beyond this mountain range, pouring, 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 and we sit here having not had a drop for months on end. Very, very frustrating and potentially life-threatening for a lot of our species. But the spectacular Drakensberg, how fortunate we are to be based in its shadow.
Earth, our explorers are treated to a weekly newsletter, bursting with fascinating features and never-seen-before snippets. Recently, we have added some brand new sections which we think you will love. Find out what happens behind the scenes with our crew when they are not live on WildEarth. Have a giggle at our moments of the week from both Safari and Penguin Beach. And Ranger Steph answers your questions with fascinating and in-depth explanations as to the whys and hows of nature.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species.
All of this and more delivered to your inbox every week. So what are you waiting for? Head over to our website, sign up to be an explorer, and join the adventure. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
It feels amazing. So nice to see the people and interacting with everything, how it works with the cameras and switching with the vehicles. I like it very much. It's very cool. I decided to take a ticket to Dream. I'm a founder member, so the first time WildEarth needs some help, I did it too. And I think it's a nice thing to help them, that they can broadcast every day here. My favorite parts of about today is to see Ribbon. I was surprised she was there. A pied kingfisher, I was looking for them the whole time. And the drive to the Milwaukee, it was awesome. My favorite part of WildEarth is the connecting people with the wildlife. I look every day, most 2 times, and you really get part of a family here. That's like very much.
But I think that's him. I think that's the one in must. Okay, this is getting serious now. I knew there was going to be trouble. Too many bulls and must over one herd.
We're still sitting here with these Swaisen spurfoals. They're actually very interesting. As you can see, that one is really, really tucked in the sand. The other two are pretty much just on the alert, just making sure that there's nothing else, that's any predators around. So one can actually sandbathe in peace without any disturbance. The way the one is actually preening itself now, you can actually still see a little bit of dust coming off there. So I think one has already had its own little sand bath for the afternoon. Absolutely stunning birds. I really love them. I love that red face. It looks like they are blushing. In the background, I've got a nice Cape turtle dove that's going. So many times you'll find, I always find in the early mornings, they always say it's work hard, work hard. And the late afternoons, I enjoy those birds more because they say, drink log, drink log. There he goes again. That's it. He's reminding us it's sunset. So many times you'll find with a sandbathing like that, they'll also try and see if they can attract ants just to kind of remove some parasites from underneath the feathers and the wings, just to make sure that they keep themselves nice and clean before they go and roost somewhere for the night. And that's why you always, many times, don't find the francolins on the roads and getting spurfowls and francolins. It's just that it's easier for them to really spot out for any danger that's coming down the road instead of being surprised in a real thick vegetation. As you can see, the grass is really long around here at this time of the year with all the rain that we've been having. He wants to come and greet us here. Definitely the male, much larger compared to the female. Good afternoon, Donna. Yes, they're very, very, very similar to the chickens. We actually really call them here in the bush, we call them bush chickens. So they're very similar kind of birds, but of course without the francolins and the spurfowls, they can fly. So of course they can, if there's any danger, they can really take off. But they're not the most agile of flyers, they're really clumsy flyers. And they do contain a white muscle pretty much on their breast. So the white muscle birds, it's usually your ground birds are pretty much laid with a white muscle. It's like a elastic band muscle. So if danger does come towards them, same as with the guinea fowl, if any danger comes towards them, they shoot off very, very quickly. And just to kind of avoid any predators or being captured by something. And also many times when you go tracking for something and you're really hard on on lion tracks or especially lion tracks, and you're walking with your tracker through the vegetation. It's happened quite a few times, numerous times with me, and trying to find lions in the thick vegetation or something, and next moment you get your spurfowls or even your francolins that will kind of pop up in front of you and like make a huge racket. And will actually really give you almost a heart attack when that does happen, because you're concentrating so much on every sounds and smells and things around you. Your senses are so alert because you are tracking, a big 5 animal. And many times these birds will really give you a heart attack when they pop up in front of you with a skrill. Good afternoon, Henry. Thank you very much for joining us on WildEarth. Yes, they were lion cubs, not very small cubs. You're looking at maybe, I say, 8 months to a year cubs and from there. They won't really be successful, but it's typical cat instinct where they would start practicing on smaller things like birds, squirrels, mongoose. That's a very common occurrence, especially with even leopard cubs and lion cubs, because it just hones in on their skill on stalking, on pouncing, and on how to really, get up close to prey species. So that does happen, definitely. In my experience, I've seen leopard cubs successful, like with little hares and mongoose and even birds. But lion cubs, I've heard of it, but I haven't witnessed it myself. Seeing young lion cubs, as I say, from about 7-8 months up, really catching a francolin or spurfowl. But it is a very important part of their ways of just practicing and honing on those skills. Good afternoon, Linda. Yes, definitely, it is. It is a very kind of, I can say, a tranquil scene, especially when you come across the birds on the road that's actually using the road's sand, to actually clean themselves and dust bathe. It's just beautiful just seeing them in their own natural way and natural behavior instead of just running off from the vehicle. And sometimes it really keeps us entertained as well. It looks like all three of them now. You can see how they're picking at the sand, scraping at the sand, just kind of really loosening it up and then chucking it on them and getting that sand really tucked in between those feathers. So they're fighting over their little enjoyment, and each one's got its own little, how can I say, wallow of sand there. That one is really practicing on a hard section there. I don't think he's going to get it right. Oh. It's amazing if you've got the sun really not behind you, in front of you. And once these birds have all this dust and sand inside of that feather, and once they kind of shake themselves and puff themselves up, if that sun is in front of you, it absolutely really enhances the viewing of that dust being sprayed. And it's really, really, really stunning.
Welcome to And Beyond Ngala Private Game Reserve, where the magic of Africa comes alive. We are privileged to once again include this magnificent reserve and its array of animals to your screens in our daily live safaris.
On a live drive here in the African wild.
To celebrate, we are offering an unforgettable 3-night stay for 2 at And Beyond Ngala Safari Lodge for one of our lucky explorers. Tucked under a canopy of mopani and tambuti trees, Ngala Safari Lodge offers a variety of activities such as twice daily game drives, intimate wildlife encounters, eye-opening bushwalks, and much more. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 15th of March and you will be entered into the draw. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
To have gone through the operation and treatment that I had to have subsequently meant that I lost a lot of energy. So WildEarth was brilliant to be able to sit down for the afternoon and escape. Being on a live drive at Djuma, just absolutely amazing. To actually be sitting on Djuma Dam is just awesome. I look forward to seeing any of the animals. I think it's so nice to be able to see them in their natural habitat. My favourite part for today has been going on a bumble with Lauren. WildEarth has been particularly helpful, and if anyone's going through hard times out there, keep going. You can handle it, and it will get better. The sun will rise tomorrow.
Myself and Sebastian were looking for the Birmingham Pride sub-adults, and we just found them stealing a hoisted baby impala carcass out of a tree. This is incredible. It's the first time I've seen one of these youngsters. Whoa! Quite a good chunk there. Nearly fell out doing it. She might fall backwards. She's actually lowering herself down the tree. It's the first time I've seen a lion do that in person.
So standing here in the foothills, or rather the lowlands, just beneath the shadow of the staggering Drakensberg mountain range, we are still talking trees. I wanted to come back with a quick answer in regards to our chat about the magic Guarri bush. We were correct in our assumption that the root of the word magic in the name comes from superstitions held in particular by the Zulu people. So yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much for that question, and I hope you are still online to hear that. Set up on this little rocky kopje though, quite a phenomenal formation. This is made up of a whole collection of granite boulders. Now, granite is one of the oldest and kind of slowest weathering rocks in this environment. This would have formed anywhere between 3 and about 5 billion years ago, so that's 1,000 million years ago, beneath the Earth's surface as magma, as molten rock. It is again what we call intrusive igneous rock, so it would have cooled below the surface of the rock without actually coming to the surface, and slowly hardened over time, over millions and millions of years. Eventually, with the Earth's crust kind of wearing away gently, these rocks were exposed, and they are a perfect spot for the plant that I wanted to talk to you about next. So a little bit precarious for me to get down here, but I'm going to get a little bit closer to it just so I can chat to you about it. This stunning little plant is a large-leafed rock fig. So these trees specialize in capitalizing on the little cracks that form in between these enormous granite boulders. But it's rather interesting because the seed of a large-leafed rock fig must be exposed to at least 60 degrees Celsius in order to split and drop one little taproot. And if you think about it, the only surface in this environment that is ever going to get to as high as 60 degrees Celsius is something like a granite boulder. We do occasionally see them on leadwood tree stumps as well, leadwood being one of the densest woods in the area. That can obviously get up to those high temperatures as well. I have no doubt that the original seed for this little plant was deposited here in the dropping of something like a baboon or perhaps a bird, and ultimately it's managed to survive trapped in this little crevice because elephants can't actually reach it up on this rock. Ellies love to eat these large-leaf rock figs. So yeah, long may it live. I've always thought that the roots look like wax that's been poured. Jimbo, thanks very much for your question there. You're asking about edible plants in the bush. So it's a little bit of a risky thing. I would say your best bet if you're wanting to kind of explore edible plants or perhaps even medicinal plants wherever you live is to maybe try and get onto like an on-foot experience with somebody that already knows a little bit about it. It would be extremely risky to just sort of grab a book and try and head out there yourself. Obviously, there are a number of very palatable plants that are not that indistinguishable from seriously poisonous things. So I would hate to advise you to just go out and try. we are going to continue to soak up the last rays of the evening sun from our high point of vantage and head over to one of our other colleagues in the Sabi Sands to see what they're up to on their bumble.
Yeah, welcome back. You guys know I was trying to follow up on that female leopard tracks that I was seeing. Pretty much coming into this area towards Buffels Hook Dam. Just got here now. I'm just taking a look around, see if we can maybe see any movement or anything that has happened around here, or any signs that that female has come into this area. And especially that it is getting nice and getting cooler now. You know, you start expecting things to become more active, you know, nocturnal animals. I remember I absolutely one of the greatest sightings of wild dogs at this dam many moons ago. I think it was about 2011, 2012. I came here one day and we followed a pack of wild dogs that came to this area. It was pretty much end of November, so that's, you know, that's when the female impalas as well were just about to drop their lambs. And this pack of wild dogs chased this impala into the dam, and I remembered WildEarth was in the sighting as well with me on that day. If I'm not, I'll just have to remember that date properly, but anyway. And that wild dogs chased that impala into the dam, and the impala swam to the one side, to the northern side of the dam, and some of the dogs ran around and chased it back and swam back to the southern side of the dam and was back and forth. Of course, this female impala started getting really tired of swimming, because it couldn't, like, every time it was getting to the edges, that dogs would chase it back into the water again. And this, of course, once poor impala got to the southern side of the dam, where this old knobthorn that used to be standing upright there. And I remembered we were parked exactly where that fallen over tree is. And of course, as dogs pulled the poor impala out. And at that, I mean, also in November, so the pack of wild dogs also had pretty much young ones with them, maybe 6-7 month old pups with them at that stage. And it was, unfortunately, it was a very gruesome sighting, but very, I can say, educational, because once they dragged that poor female impala out, of course, they pulled it apart. And once they did that, the fetus, you know, that was pretty much almost about time to, you know, being born and all that, fell out of the mom when they tore the impala apart. And the adults just left that fetus alone, and the pups grabbed it and dragged it into the grass. And then they started feeding on the fetus. So it was a gruesome and not a pleasant sighting, but very educational in exactly how they allowed the pups to actually grab the softer, or the fetus, you know, the more kind of softer part of the kill. But yeah, no, I remember that was a crazy sighting. So yeah, no, it's good to be back at this dam again. It just brought back memories. Of course, the tree's not there anymore, but yeah, absolutely great to be back this side again. Hopefully get to see the dogs again in this area very soon. Afternoon, N. Matthews. Yes, thank you very much for the comment. It is a wonderful view this afternoon. It's to me, it's nothing better sitting at a waterhole as that sun is busy setting, and just really watching over the area with that golden light that's coming through and really hitting the leaves and the grasses, and just really making and enhancing the colors around the dam itself. So we've got Pretty much a little Egyptian geese that side by itself, just like at Guarri Dam. This is pretty much a single one that side as well. I wonder what's happening with all the partners and the goslings around here. All of a sudden we've got a lot of single men and single women around here. Interesting. Having a nice little drink there. And then many times you'll find that the Egyptian geese will have a nice late afternoon drink like this, and then they'll go roost up in a tree somewhere where it's nice and safe and much better. Good afternoon, Noel. Yes, definitely. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sitting with 210, something like that, birds now on my list. Well, I haven't counted for the last few months, or quite a few months, so I really have to recount again, but, and that's just in this area. So, yes, no, it's a wonderful place for birding. In the Sabi Sands, it is absolutely, or the greater Kruger Park. Really, really loads and loads of species around this area. You can see the blacksmith lapwings and just pretty much hanging around the water areas. But yes, a lot of birders do come here. I think it's especially this time of the year as well, where we've got a lot of the migrants that's coming through. Well, that's already here. That's probably in the next few months they're going to be heading back north, south of south of Sahara, the equator area, some even further north. Of course, just following the weather patterns and where food will be abundant. But I'm definitely trying to plan, and my goal in the next at least year or two is to try and get up to about maybe 350 birds. But it's going to take hard work and dedication to get really to that point. We've got a little pied kingfisher as well. Just really sitting up in the tree, looking down at the water areas. Maybe lucky enough to go and hover above the water and catch a fish. Of course, a pied, like your pied crow, pied barbet, pied kingfisher. And pied pretty much means black and white. It's like the pied chart. If you think of a pied chart, it's black and white. It's a black and white chart. That's where the word pied comes from, the Latin word. Of course, now the pied kingfisher does not migrate. As you know, fish do not disappear.
That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. There's two. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey.
There you go, there you go.
There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We've got a live kill.
There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
There she goes, going for the youngster. She got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
Welcome back live here. We are now off-roading, trying to keep up with the leopard. He is more moving in the area. That gives me confidence of what we have followed up yesterday. This morning we were right. This leopard is heading towards the drainage line. It's not an easy area, of course, to follow, but we'll try our best. Looking around in the area. Lovely sunset, but he might come more or less in the surrounding where we are. It's weaving very close to the drainage line. I know this area I've been before, but it's not an easy area to drive. We have Fan from Viatella. He's also helping us. I believe if he went more towards the drainage line, it's the end of him. We weren't able to see him again. Let me try here. You never know. I can see grey hornbill or yellow hornbills. They are not happy. I might spot it at the leopard. It's him here walking. You can see right here in front of us. I'll try my best. Cheetah at the moment, not. But once he gets up to 2.5 years, almost 3, he might leave us, because he will be now get pushed by a dominant male, by his father. If he's still lucky, his father still hold territory. But you never know. A normal leopard can hold territory here at least from 2 up to 5 years. That is common. From 5 years, remember, a female leopard will enter into estrus when she turn up to 3.5 years. So Mulawati, if it does have any offspring as a female, once they reach sexual maturity, he cannot mate with these offspring. He might get challenged by other males. He looked like scent marking. Getting scent on the ground and really following the scent. It could be, already told us there's tracks look like another female leopard that's been in the area. If it's not Tandy, who knows? We'll try our best to see. Let's try to follow him here. Well, he looks like he's taking us in the area where this the vehicle we can able to drive. But you can see how he walks at the moment. He is very alert. What might be in the area, I never know. It could be antelope that he tried to hunt in the course of a day, and he now is following up on the particular antelope. It could be a leopard that he knows in the area. Maybe it's a kill. This is the area where we drive in the morning. We ended coming out here, listening for frankening. They were not happy, and we were not lucky. So he's coming back to the same spot. You know, you never know what might be in the surrounding. It could be a kill from other leopard. It could be following his mother, but the way he's moving, I doubt. He's so much conscious. It could be something that is very strange. Who knows? Maybe Shasha is in the area. That day it was very strange when Shasha was walking west. He focalized. He looked like he's in a position to jump or in a position to run. See how difficult to follow a leopard. You'd never spot this leopard from 15 meters away, unless if you know that leopard is here. Then you can know exactly where to look. But if you have to respond on the alarm call of different species, if it's low flat on the ground, you will drive from 5 meters away without seeing him, unless if you raise that tail. The white tail, it helps a lot that you can able to see that's something white that you can follow up. But the color of the leopard is almost blended into environment, most especially in winter. It will be challenging to spot a leopard, most especially in tall grasses, unless if they are in an area where easy to see. It tells he is not concentrating either from us and South and Big Hair here. You can see that black spot behind the ears. It's telling me that he's focusing on something ahead. Never know. Let's try to follow him. Let's find a crossing here. If we can manage to cross. We're going to link back to Liam and see what he does on his beautiful bushwalk.
How magical is that scene? You have crossed over just in time to witness the very top of the sun, dropping below the horizon as I speak. It has been a sweltering day. And just like that, the sun is gone, giving all of those clouds on the distant horizon the most magnificent silver lining. How privileged are we to be stood here atop this 5 billion year old granite rocky outcrop, watching a scene as old as time, the sunset on the African plains. We are extremely glad to have you here with us to witness it. Momo, I could not agree more. Totally breathtaking. And the beauty of African sunsets is the fact that no two are alike. Pretty soon, we here at Pridelands will be leaving you with the onset of darkness. But as sure as the sun sets in the evening and will therefore rise again in the morning, so therefore will we. We will be there for more adventures tomorrow morning, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. We are brimming with anticipation for what could potentially be. But for now, we're just counting our lucky stars to live in such a magical, powerful place and to be able to share it with you. I couldn't agree more, Dennis. Nothing compares to an African sunset. Yeah, it comes as great relief after a 30+ degrees Celsius day with that sun hanging in a very cloudless sky, to have it disappear below the horizon in such a spectacular show. And for that lovely cool air pulled in from our east, more from kind of the Mozambique, more deep Great Kruger area, to refresh and cool this area. It's going to be a lovely evening.
Wildlife can be mysterious in many ways, but most animals do leave behind clues to tell us where they've been and what they've been doing. Anything from fallen feathers and fur to footprints and even poo can tell us a story. It just takes a little practice to know what to spot, where to search, and to work out what's been going on from the evidence we find. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Rex and Tessa around the fire as they talk about reading the Bush newspaper. Straight after the Sunset Safari on Sunday the 27th of February, you will have the opportunity to pick the brains of two incredible naturalists, and who knows, you may learn to be a nature Sherlock yourself. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. From the biggest land mammals to the silent and tall crossing the plains, the small burrowers to the waddlers on the rocks, and the small creatures in the sea. All things bright and beautiful, all things great and small. Our wildlife spans across the world. It's vital that we protect and preserve. Join us in celebrating the wildest side of life this March as the 3rd marks World Wildlife Day.
So there we go, look. All 3 in one frame. Look at that, isn't that cool? Oh, that is so special. That is exactly what we had been hoping for, is all 3 of them to come together and make the perfect little family portrait.
Identifying individual African penguins can be extremely challenging because at first glance, they all look the same. Identifying Duo, an African penguin with a double breastband, was extremely exciting for me. Less than 5% of the African penguin population has this unique variation in plumage. And I can't wait to share Duo's life with everyone.
Yeah, welcome back, folks. Welcome back. I'm just taking a look here on Buffelshoek Cutline at the moment. Maybe if I'm lucky with Nsele or Hlamangumi. Maybe one of them in this area. I know that they had Hlamangumi the other day, not too far from here. A very special boy. I knew that Shamangumi from back in the days when he was in the west. Old Scotia's young boy. Actually, it's the son of Nyaleti. So if you actually think about it, Shamangumi in a very distant way is actually related to Tandi, due to all coming through from Saseka, and then of course or Safari, Saseka and Salaheshe. So that's all very much coming through from that lineage, all the same and long distance lineage. So very interesting. But I'd love to also see him around this area. It's nice, a very, very nice boy that. Yeah, guys, and it's also really, really nice to have Ngala with us again today, and definitely we're all looking forward again to maybe spend some more time on Ngala tomorrow and to see what else is happening that side and catch up with the Birminghams and catching up with that area and that property. It is absolutely fantastic and such great news. Definitely we'll celebrate tonight on that one. But once again, we're having another beautiful sunset here in the Sabi Sands. Just taking a look quite far in the distance there. I'm going to take a nice little stop, make a little stop here quickly, and just to show you there the Drakensberg Mountains escarpment. It starts from one of the longest mountain ranges in Southern Africa. We'll see. Odie's going to now pretty much pan out into the distance, and you can actually see that escarpment starting that side. We'll actually call it Maripskop, the furthest point there to the right, Maripskop. That's where the Drakensberg pretty much heads out, and that's where it kind of really separates. The Drakensberg separates where we are, the low veld, towards the high veld. The high veld is much more grasslands, doesn't have really the savanna woodlands that we do have here in the low veld. But let's enjoy the view and the noises at sunset. Well, as you can see pretty much straight ahead there, in that area, a very well-known actor, Mr. Tom Cruise. He is pretty much around there, exactly where we're pointing, busy filming. Riley, good evening, good evening. Welcome. Thanks for the question. Yes, which insects and which animals are considered nocturnal? So pretty much animals that use nighttime as their prime time of the 24-hour day on foraging or hunting or moving around. So many things. There's so many animals, so many nocturnal animals. People think there's only maybe the little cats and that's about it, or the lions and leopards and hyenas, but there's so many things. Your bush babies, servals, genets, caracals, pangolins, aardvarks. There's so many animals that really utilize the nighttime as their main time of moving and moving. And of course your insects as well, you'll get your certain moths. And that's like a bug called the stink bug that really utilizes the nighttime to fly towards the lights at your house. So you must always make sure that you put those lights off, because if you don't and you keep them up during the nighttime and you leave your windows open, especially in these areas, your house is covered full of bugs. But You just got to play safe for those things. That's about it. I think he just gave me a heads up here. I think he just heard something to our right, maybe in a distance call of line contact calling or something like that. So I'm going to sit a bit here. I just want to listen out quickly. All right, while we listen out here still, hopefully we listen and maybe pick up on another contact call. We're going to head up to old Rex with old Marips and see what he's up to.
Welcome back from Cedric. We are having this leopard stalking at the moment. It looks like the way he's moving, the kudu are getting close. We're not going to move furthermore forward from here. We may disturb the animal. It's very sensitive sighting at the moment. Looks like a mist. I can see dust. Wow, still with us. We're able to relocate him. Let's see. I can hear the kudu barking. Could have seen the danger. Could have seen the leopard. And now leopard is aware. That's the reason the leopard trying to run a little bit more ahead. Then they can turn around in order to really hunt this kudu. If you look at the size of kudu, I doubt that this young male can really hunt a full adult kudu. But what might be here, he knows better than me, because he read on the scent itself and tells now there's a little one here, there's a young one here. If I made a kill, I can able to host it up in a tree. He's giving us a challenge here where he's moving. We'll try our best, but you know that it's not an easy area. So guys, be with us. Maybe we'll manage to follow him and keep him in this thicket. Wow. You see how much active is he? He's trying to understand, listen when the kudu moves, because they've seen him and now they'll be more confused. They will never know his position. He's now running straight towards the east from Shibam Road. Is the area where we heard Franklin more or less. I drive not far from here, checking him. If he's hunting, he doesn't have general direction. He might be running and cutting this block and find that the kudu are not coming here. He'll go to the other side. But of course, he might have scented that is one of the youngsters. That's the reason he's so much interested to follow this kudu. Of course, this is the right time also for the kudu to have youngster. It's more the right time. As impala, of course, some of them is towards the end. They're going to mate. But kudu, a medium-sized young kudu to hunt by marids, it might be still found in the area. I hope if marids go down towards him and quarantine, he'll be more successful. If you look at the way he moves and where he quickly really wants to recover when he lost on the kill itself. I only see the dust, but he was very close somehow to the kudu. It might be the one that is bigger, he cannot be able to really keep up with it, or he realized that if you hunt something big, he might get injuries. And you know that in leopards, once you get injuries, it will stay with you, and that might cost you your life. So it's not like a lions and leopard lions, of course, that operate in pride. So he has to hunt for his own food, but he has to make sure again he mustn't get big animals that can cause serious injuries. If you do have injuries, a leopard, it might be end of life. You will compete with a hyena and other leopards, and they'll kill you. Beautiful marabs. We all look like marabs is back in the area. We all concerned when marabs was living in the area, as one of the question comes over hope marabs stays in the area. For time being, yes, he's going to stay here until he grew up, where he might go and challenge other leopards somewhere. The reason behind he likes to be in the area while still young. He's still in his father's territory, and his father is not going to be really pushing him hard at the moment. But if he goes somewhere else where he doesn't really, or another dominant area where it doesn't father him, another dominant male would like to kill him, because he see competition in future once you get to see him. So he has to limit that competition by killing the leopard. Rosemary, you're right. It's such an amazing species, more especially with the history background of marabs. He grew up in the area. You guys follow WildEarth, follow marabs, and all the audience know about more details about marabs. I know that some of the audience, they can even know better than I do as a guide here, because you guys, you really love WildEarth. You're always sitting there listening different guides that give information, and also not so, but following the marabs on a daily basis wherever I move. Some of you guys have lots of information from python, biting marabs, and marabs able to kill these. Marabs has been in cheetah killing this. All that information in collectively. As a guide used to work at Djuma, I don't have, but you guys dedicated, and there's a big reason why you really love this, because you know where it comes from. Something that you know from A up to Z is so special in your life. And I hope so, but I can't do anything. I hope so for Maurice to stay longer and a benefit of all audience. It will be nice until you get to see where he might move to. It will happen same as Wasana. Everyone used to love Wasana. I remember the day of WildEarth while I was still doing scouting. I used to follow Wasana on foot. I remember myself and Brent, about 10 meters away, Wasana was on the kill of the grey decker on foot. Such amazing. I never ever in my life get so close to a leopard like Wasana. We were all concerned when Wasana was left in the area, because it's one of the leopards that understand the business of being in a bush trawl and get so close to a leopard and get the details of a leopard on foot. Some of the leopard, because they're not grew up and exposed to that, they simply run away or they try to defend itself. So all these leopard, marabs, Wasan, Tambo, Kalamba, all that grow up here, it's really such amazing to us, because we know much about this leopard. And I believe at the same time, they know much about all people that interact with them on a daily basis. This one is not going to do anything. It's not my first time to send this guy. I know him. This is Rexon, maybe. Sometimes we think we are the only species in the world that can identify leopards and give them name and so forth, the spots. Leopard too, lions too, elephant too, they have that ability. Wow, beautiful.
Of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal. A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
This is Picky Plastic, and Picky Plastic is excited about the Global Recycling Day. Recycling plays a big role in the WildEarth environment, from protecting the penguin colony at Stony Point by cleaning up the oceans, to ensuring that the safari team reports littering and recycles within the camps. Join WildEarth and be a part of Global Recycling Day on the 18th of March 2022.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My favorite part of working with WildEarth is being able to share that passion with the world. I've always known that I had that passion. I've always wanted to share it, but I didn't have the platform that I needed to be able to do that. And knowing that I can share the passion that I have with everyone is what makes the biggest difference for me, because I'm changing people's lives, I'm changing animals' lives at the same time, and I'm living the best of both. So for me, nothing can beat being able to share that passion with you. My favorite types of questions to get from the viewers are questions where I can elaborate using my knowledge from all of my studies and my experience in the bush. Because of my passion, I absolutely love being able to tell you a story and being able to answer about all the different animal behaviors unraveling around me at the time. To ask me any questions, you can register on the WildEarth website. You can submit your questions below the live feed, and I'll answer them from there. You can catch up with me daily here at WildEarth.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. Just sitting up here at Sandy Patch at the moment with this beautiful sunset. Just the coloration, this oranges that's coming through. So many different colors. It's mind-boggling. Absolutely, my eyes are really kind of taking so much in here. But as well, when I'm planning to take a look from where we are now, I'm just trying to stop now and again, because I already did hear contact calling earlier on. And we know that Chella, she was moving from Guarri Dam last night. She came all the way west along Vuatella Access. Contact calling, and I'm sure contact calling for those sub-adults. So now I'm pretty much at Sandy Patch. What I'm going to do after this, I'm going to head into an area to the western boundary of Djuma. I want to find out and see if anything has come over. As you know, how the Nkuma sub-adults have been moving every single night at this time. They don't wait for too long. Yeah, Deirdre the cuckoo. Its sunsets are absolutely amazing. It's one of my favorite times. The other day I had somebody saying, which one do I prefer, sunrise or sunsets? Look, sunrises I do enjoy as well very much. Each one has got its own beauty to it. But the sunsets, to me, it's a little bit more special in a way of, because of those Drakensberg mountains that's pretty much in the distance. So when that sun sets behind those mountains, you can't see the sun anymore, but the sun is still hitting the western side of those mountains. So it's actually throwing up almost the shadow of those mountains passing us, or passing above our heads here. So it's leaving these beautiful, beautiful streaks that's running through the sky, which absolutely looks like... yeah, it looks incredible. It's so amazing. It's actually, I don't have words for it. But sunsets it's a beautiful time of the day. And as I said, I also like it due to the fact of predators start moving, start becoming more active, getting that golden light through the areas. And sometimes those tawny coats of the lions really kind of bouncing with golden light at this time of the night or this time of the day. So there's definitely a lot of advantages to stopping and just to admire the beauty of this area and of the sunsets. Of course, also the impalas. Many times you'll find impalas coming through to the open clearings. They're safer. Clara, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us and thank you for the question. Has a stink bug ever flown into my mouth? Clara, it has. I think I've had several different species of insects inside of my mouth due to the fact of sometimes, you know, I'm driving and all of a sudden driving with my mouth open and having a stink bug that's pretty much, or any insect flying straight into my mouth. The worst part is if you've got the lights on, as I said, at the house, and the stink bugs really come flying towards the lights and they start falling onto your plate with all the food and that, then all of a sudden, yeah, you, by accident, you don't see them. Some of them are very, very small, and you take a bite. It's just one of the local workers just coming through, of course, heading towards the lodge. But yeah, no, and then flies as well. Unfortunately, when I was a kid, I ate a lot of insects. I had this tendency to, my brother and myself, because I was also pretty much brought up in an area called Guarri. It's quite far north of us here. And when parents used to go to work and it was holidays, and I was about 11, 12 years old, older brother and myself used to always go for these flying ants, you know, the termites, and they've got the wings. And we used to always, my mom always said, yeah, they taste like butter, so we believed in it. And every time those flying ants would come out of the termite mounds or out of the ground, the harvested termites, we'd always grab those little flying ants and actually pull the wings off and eat the entire termite. It does sound terrible, but then again, you know, as kids, you always experiment on different things in different ways. So I know definitely if I have to get lost in the bush here somewhere, there's a lot of food around, especially your termites, very high in protein. You eat enough of them. Apparently, if you actually fry them, it tastes pretty good. But yeah, no, I think I'll be on a diet with other stuff now, not the termites anymore. I think termites was my younger day diet. But yeah, no, stink bug in my mouth, that is the worst thing. Yes, evening horse lover, thank you for the comment. It is a beautiful, beautiful sunset, a beautiful evening. Once again, yeah, in the African bush. You know, sometimes you can always get your lions, you get your leopards and have your fulfillment out of those big cats and enjoyment, but sometimes there is that enjoyment of a sunset or even a sunrise that you can actually just really admire and take a deep breath and actually enjoy the beauty of it and the colors. It's really, really picturesque, and you always go home after a good sunset with a big smile and knowing that it's been a good day.
When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is among Southern Africa's largest and most established non-governmental conservation organizations. Our strategic vision centers on saving species, conserving habitats, and benefiting people. In 2021, the EWT secured habitats, reintroduced African wild dogs and cheetahs into reserves across Southern Africa, and created vulture-safe zones to reduce major threats to vultures, such as poisoning and electrocution. On the 3rd of March 2022, we celebrate World Wildlife Day under the theme Recovering Key Species from Ecosystem Restoration. Standing strong alongside our partners, donors, supporters and friends, the EWT staff have achieved remarkable gains for conservation. Thank you for helping us protect forever together.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back. We are traveling here on the Guarri Main at the moment. We have decided to leave Marids and heading in a very thick area, not easy to see on that particular spot, especially because the elephant have dark on the ground, lots of logs. But he's gonna be on that area until maybe tomorrow. He will be in and out Treehouse Dam and on those surroundings. We hope maybe whoever goes there in the morning, the first light, he has to check around that area. He might hit a kill, he might be up in a tree, he might be still on the ground, who knows. Here we are coming in this area in order to see if we may find one of the leopards that always hang around in the area. Who will be here? Toto Spain, of course. Shidulu likes the area. If you move more towards the gate, is where you may find Kara. Of course, Tabangume. It might happen. You never know, we just cross fingers. Maybe wild dogs. There have been wild dogs down in the west for a few days. It's not known for wild dogs to stay in one particular area. Due to the movement of lions in that particular area and more hyenas because they really compete. Lovely, 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 thank you. Nice to hear that comment of reminding Hosanna. We all really love Hosanna, our scribe that crossed the road. Hosanna, one of the best leopard. Of course, earlier on, I was talking about how good is Hosanna. There is no leopard anywhere in the world that can allow people on foot, 3 people, get close to a leopard about 10 meters away on the kill, and it's still not giving any sign of being aggressive or warning. And look at the people keep on feeding on the kill. Such amazing. One of the best is one of the leopards that's raising. Most of you understand Hosanna is one of the leopards that's also relaxed. I mean, the marriage, it's not like her mother. Her mother, she is a very aggressive leopard, more especially when the kill is on the ground, or if she have youngster, you must always calculate your distance when you get close to Tandy. Having a youngster, she will always charge. Unbelievable. One of the leopards that we know, one of our character whoever joined us this evening and you don't know Tandi. Tandi is the mother of Mariz, Talamba, Tambo, and Kuchava. He is the mother of he's mothering all these female and the young 2 male leopard that we know. Tambo is down more to the west. Mariz is the leopard recently that we come from. Beautiful, beautiful young man, Mariz. He's a palish sort of a coat while he's still young. He was look like whitish color. You asked a very good question, very good point. Seeing them, I will calculate, but with my understanding of the bush, how leopard blending well in the area, 1,000 and 1,000 and 1,000 of leopard that we have really missed in the area. Early this morning, let me take an example. We drive same area, myself and Eckert, around that specific area, knowing that with the francolin that is a leopard in the area, but we were like certain that we are going to find that leopard. But we drive past. I might drive past Mariz, and I was saying, if it's not, I was just thinking, the way that we have driven there, I'm thinking it might be Mlowati that is in that area, but I know that there was Mariz in and out there. If not, Mariz, it's Mlowati. But yes, of course, we are burning, we drive, past a lot of leopards, but especially this time of the year. There's reason you calculate leopard sightings around winter and summer. It's a vast difference, it's a big difference. You can see in winter, a day, you may calculate it over from 3 up to 7 or 9 leopards that will be reported via radio communication. But now, with summer, less. All these leopards that we see in winter, they still hang around the same area. They roam around. It's their territory. So that means, show you, we drive past a lot of leopards around in the area without seeing them. We're just checking on the ground here. You can see only tracks of elephant crossing from one part to another. The elephant population, yes, of course, is very high in the area. Prenusha, a leopard can hunt baboon. Yes, it depends time and again with the character of a leopard that might be operating in the area. Some of the leopards know. Some of the leopards, they really like hunting baboon. Let me take an example. About 5 months back, if I'm not making a mistake, 5 to 6 months back, we have found Tamangume north of Galago, Galago Lodge itself, towards the north on the tree with the baboon. So we know that some of the leopards, of course, they do hunt baboon, more special male leopard, they like hunting baboon. Some of the leopard, it becomes one of the best favorite animal to hunt. Same as, I'll take an example, we know that Molowati used to love to hunt water. So it builds that in the system that always likes to hunt. Some of the leopard, of course, like to hunt particular species. So yes, leopard hunt baboon, and they love baboon the most. I've known that leopards that used to hunt here, specific hunting baboon, way back in the history of Djuma. It's really amazing. Look at Shivati, 3 Sport. No big leopards, these guys, they love hunting baboon because Vuyatila camp itself, it's situated very close to the waterhole, of course, and there's big trees along the shallows. Baboons like to roost at night along those trees. So what happens, there was no fence by that time, but we used to find baboons, leopard hunted baboon, and the drag mark in the morning, we follow the drag mark, we find that 3 Spot or Shivati leopard have made a kill at night, right at the camp. Such amazing to see that. We'll see. Maybe when the Tavangume grow up in the area and be a dominant male of the north and also in the surrounding, because we have seen him hunting baboon. It might be the one of the leopard that would do. witching marines to grow up, if I understand correctly. Yes, such a joy. Lovely, all of us really appreciate it. I mean, seeing from young up to that age, we wish and cross fingers, of course, seeing him one day, even if he left in the area, maybe one day he might come back. We haven't seen all leopards that have left here and come back, but we wish even Hosanna to come back in the area. Once at the stage now, because he's a territorial male, we heard that he was very close to the road that I'm driving at the moment called Triple M South. He came all the way down south and he turned around. Soon he touched the road, he turned around, head back. And we were all like excited when we had the radio communication that Hosanna is heading east. And everyone was checking on the boundary road if he might cross over to Djuma again, because we wanted to see him back in the area. Who knows, one day he might come back here. I will link you back to Cedric, who is on the bubble. Who knows, he might find something better.
Yes, welcome back. Not too far from Triple M North, now exactly where those Nkumas crossed 2 nights ago, and of course where Chela crossed last night. So I just want to see and look on Triple M North if we picked up on anything here, but fortunately my spotlight decided to blow on me here. Can you believe it? So luckily I've got the 2 lights on the side, so we can still, if we do get something, we can still see them. And of course we've got the infrared as well. But unfortunately my spotlight, I cannot find Fred for you guys tonight. Or maybe I could find Fred. Maybe he's in the tree somewhere. Fred the chameleon. You never know. Never know. But that's the joys of the bush. Oh my goodness gracious, I think I see something. Oh, it's just gone. It looked like a pole-spotted owlet that was on a little branch. Anyway, he just flew off. I think he realized that he was going to be on camera, and then he decided to fly off. A little pole-spotted owlet. Little owls. Those are very pretty. Just taking a look carefully along here. Rock Candy Susie, I just want to get that question again, please.
What's the worst thing you've ingested?
Digested.
Swallowed.
Yeah. Ingested. Rock Candy Susie, the worst thing I ingested, I think, when it comes to insects and all that. I was very stupid enough as well at that time. I was thinking about it just now. We've got a thing called a blister beetle. Now, a blister beetle is a beetle that secretes a terrible toxin, and it actually burns on your skin and creates blisters all over. That's why, hence the name, blister beetle. And unfortunately, before we went on holiday years ago, I actually digested that on purpose because I thought it was just the norm, and I ended up there heading towards one of the clinics or Guarri hospital just to kind of recover, and the doctor to give me certain antibiotics and stuff. So definitely the blister beetle was by far the worst thing and the most stupidest thing I've ever done, and I definitely learned by my mistake. You don't put insects in your mouth. Well, flying ants you can, but other than that, no, don't try anything else. It's not a good idea. I think it's a it's a very, very poor decision. But as kids, we all make those decisions. That's the learning curve of our life. That's how we learn. That's how we have to learn the hard way. can't think about the shongololo. I think, the shongololo, the millipede, I think I've also digested that many years ago. And because I can remember that flavor of a shongololo, and it's also very terrible because they secrete a very bad toxin. I don't think I did. I think I was very small. If my parents still mentioned something like that, but I don't think I really took it to mind. But yeah, that's not a good thing to do. Anyway, we'll move on swiftly from that one. Yeah. Oh God, it's pretty much the western side and the eastern side, so this is where they crossed over. Rafael, good evening. Welcome, welcome. Well, definitely we've got the plant mantas. That's a very, very pretty, very small. As we've got the scraping-legged mantas as well, but I'm not the greatest on the mantas, but it's one of those mantis species, the smaller, the greener one, the small green one, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll definitely have to get back to you about that. I'm not a very clued up person when it comes to the mantises and all that. I can definitely give you more ideas on trees and predators and other stuff, but Raphael can always get back to you about that. I don't want to go so far in and I cannot give you an answer on that. But actually, good question. Actually, maybe it'll speak to Tess, because I know Tess is very good with the insects, very good. So yeah, that's definitely out of my range. Probably I've eaten most of the species before.
It's not something I can get in my homeland, so it's wonderful to be able to be live, with you guys and feel like you're actually there.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
With wild dogs, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. We don't always get to see those, so that's just been amazing.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I wanted to be part of the support of WildEarth. It brings so much to everybody, and everything has brought so much to me, especially, got me through some difficult times myself. I found WildEarth shortly before I was going to go through some things in my own personal life, and it's what got me through, and I know that's a story for many, many, many people, so it's important to me to provide support to that.
Pangolin, known as the respected wise old man of the African bush, is said to be a symbol of good luck and the bringer of rain. 8 species of pangolins are found worldwide, of which 4 occur in Africa. This mysterious creature is now the most poached animal on our planet. The African Pangolin Working Group will strive towards the conservation and protection of the African pangolin species and the habitat they live in. The African Pangolin Working Group has been mandated by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to assist and support with the retrieval, release process and the research of pangolins in South Africa. Each rescued pangolin is assessed, treated and rehabilitated by an experienced team of veterinarians and rehabilitation specialists. We can ensure the survival of the species. Together, we can make a difference.
This warthog is in big trouble. He's got elephants all around. What are you going to do there, big guy? What are you going to do? Oh, he's pretty brave though. Oh man, he's not even moving. Look, that elephant is trying his best, but that warthog ain't budging. That's madness. That's so funny. And we have a winner. The warthog wins the standoff.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
we have arrived in Impala Plains. What I was predicting, just look at the ahead of us, I'll stop here. There's a tell more that, hey, there's nothing in the area. If you look at that, let me switch off my headlights, then you can see easy without light interference. These are the impalas. Impala, they're one of the species, one of good indicators. These guys, they're very good at night also. They can smell, they can alarm, give alarm call if they can really smell leopard in the area. The more they're moving in here, it means there's no leopard that have come into the surrounding. There's still more in the open patches you can see. Once the lion comes or leopard comes into the area, they won't be in the area. They will be already gone far to the next open clearing. So it just means as they're coming from the west or another part, wherever they come from might be a trouble. So if you're a guide for a long time, a trekker, you need to backtrack where they come from. If not, they can smell something danger on that area and move out immediate effect in the surrounding. You see, all of them, they're going west, and far more towards where they're going is a thicket. So they're trying to go in the area at least where it might be a cover where the wind is going to not that much fast. We'll be linking back to Cedric and see what he's up to. I'll go towards the west.
Welcome back, welcome back. As I was telling you about the shongololo, the one that I think I ate when I was still young. It's one of these ones. We call it a millipede. It's the real name of millipede, but yeah, in South Africa we call it a shongololo. So of course they're not venomous, they do not bite at all. But with the shongololo, they do secrete a toxic, pretty much like cyanide, but very minimal. So that's why to prevent most of the animals not to eat them. But there's a clever thing that there's a bird called, of course, the hornbills, the southern yellow-billed hornbill, and even the red-billed hornbill. And what they'll do, they'll actually, when they create their nest in one of the dead trees in a hole, and when the female hornbill actually plucks all the feathers, she actually creates a nest. She'll create a nest with the feathers and all that, and then the male will come and close that hole with mud. And of course, just to kind of keep the female inside there and very protective. And then they'll take this shongololo, the millipede, and they'll actually put a live millipede just like this now inside with the hornbills, or with the female hornbill. So what the millipede does, it prevents all the parasites coming into the nest and actually creating a problem for the chicks and also for the female that's pretty much bare without any feathers inside that nest. And eventually, once that female hornbill's produced and got the eggs and they all hatched and they fully feathered, then they'll pretty much fly out of the nest, or they break open and they fly off, and then of course the millipede will continue its life. So very important to certain areas, certain species, certain animal species and bird species. It just shows you the circle of life. But this thing is really, really active. He's really moving around. But yeah, they won't bite or anything, but there is a defensive shield on the outskirts of them. So it's not like the centipede. The centipede is venomous and they're more leathery and soft on the outside, where your protection of the millipede is this hard outer shells, as you can see. And if it is disturbed, it'll crawl up into little segments, into like a little kind of twill, and to protect the under part, which is it's much softer where the legs are. But anyway, I'm going to let him go, so I'm just going to jump off here quickly. Yes, good evening, Becky. Yes, they do stop moving. You must understand, if they do curl up or if they do burrow into the sand, into the ground, that is when they'll pretty much stop moving. So, but at the moment, as you can see, this millipede, this shongololo, is very, very, very relaxed with me. It's not feeling threatened at all. If it is feeling threatened, it would crawl up into that little kind of twill of theirs. Okay, so anyway, let me quickly just take this out and drop him off so we don't injure him. Okay. Here we go. Away you go. Explore, explore. All right. All right, on for your tele-access now. Heading pretty much back to quarantine side, so let's see what else we can pick up on this side. Excellento! Shongololo! That's the crazy things, how many weird and wonderful creatures we have out here.
Wildlife can be mysterious in many ways, but most animals do leave behind clues to tell us where they've been and what they've been doing. Anything from fallen feathers and fur to footprints and even poo can tell us a story. It just takes a little practice to know what to spot, where to search, and to work out what's been going on from the evidence we find. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Rex and Tessa around the fire as they talk about reading the Bush newspaper. Straight after the Sunset Safari on Sunday the 27th of February, you will have the opportunity to pick the brains of two incredible naturalists, and who knows, you may learn to be a nature Sherlock yourself. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Cape Nature is the chief custodian of the Western Cape of South Africa's natural environment. This highly successful organization strives to conserve the province's natural heritage to ensure a sustainable future. Besides nurturing nature, Cape Nature offers an authentic ecotourism experience to local and international visitors. And one of these experiences is walking amongst the penguins at Stony Point, or as we know it, Penguin Beach. WildEarth broadcasts live from here every day and is very privileged to be partnered with Cape Nature, who have focused their conservation efforts here. If you want to visit these iconic black and white African penguins for yourself, then head over to our website to find out more. Cape Nature. Conserve, explore, experience.
This is incredible. Looks like vivid monkeys do sometimes go for swims. I heard something splash, but we couldn't see what it was in the long grass. Now I just saw that thing swimming there. This is incredible. I hope it gets to the bank. There are crocodiles in this dam. And it looks like, you see that monkey climb up into the tree? Wow.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild.
Welcome back. Live here. We are on Poland Road. I can see ISETs and impalas. They're all moving in the same direction. I don't know whether today it's an impala meeting at the impala plains. All of them heading in the same direction. Honestly speaking, the impala that I've seen and calculated in front of the, or estimated in front of the clearing itself, there might be over 200 plus. Amazing. I don't know why it brings them there. It could be the open space. It could be, again, safety around the area. Because it's at night and they start to pick wind. Windy day, it's the best for all cats. We call it predator's wind. If it's picking, I can hear now and then it's really picking. That means that Kalamba having parades, they might be on the kill, of course, by early in the morning, unless if the wind stops. But mainly, if it's windy in the area, everyone is happy. I just cross finger where I don't know where's Dark Man. He might be happy also because he is always alone. I'm not sure if the rest of the Pride, because they were reported close to the area, if they cross into our neighborhood unit and hook up with him and head more to the west. You never know. I'm feeling like something is not right with him at the moment. Being for that Pride long, we're not with him, and be at worst, it might be something that can change on his side. Never know. I'm right here. I'm going to check on quarantine area preference, of course, of many leopards. I know that Lalamba, she is crossed to the east with the calves. I believe she might have made a kill inside Touchwood. Leopards are very clever, and the lions too. They will concentrate in some of the area, and when all species look like they are aware about the presence of leopard or scent of the leopard, they move into other block and try to cause a trouble their hunt and be successful. These are actually leopard and lions do. We have seen lion for 3 days in the same area and left. But what doesn't really change is from Maribs. Maribs has been there for long. Very unexperienced hunting leopard, of course. His scent is always in and out in that area. Very easy to get known by other leopard that is a leopard living in that surrounding. Maybe it's going to change, you never know, because this leopard, they're born with an instinct of hunting and instinct of defending before it gets hurt. They will know about that and live completely in that area. But I wish him to come more towards the lodge. It's quite a lot more activity around quarantine to the lodge side, a lot of nyalas, a lot of impala, a lot of bushbuck, and more to action. He might be successful in this area. Around the lodges, there is not much leopard that can come here unless if there's a new male that comes in. But we know that it's only Mlowati that is in the area. He will never ever, really for sure, push Maribs very hard. You'll really reason before you do that. You'll only discipline him if he interacts very close to the calves and also from his kills. But that is something that a leopard can really accept, to have his offspring around the kill site, not really becoming more mad. We have learned over many years and also experience of Osana and Tingana that sometimes the leopard can really accept his offspring for help. Also, the father can help the offspring, even if they're about independent. So it's not all the case that they can fight. That's amazing. It tries to remind me that I can share the story of Tingana and Osana. And again, Tamba. There's two leopards that have done well here during the time of Tingana. I'll be leading back to Cedric, who is in the bumble, looking for exciting yeah.
Yes, welcome. I'm just heading now towards Quarantine Open. Just gonna look around that area, but a nice little breeze is starting to come in. Definitely it's cooling the evening down compared to what it was during today. I mean, today was a really hot day. And it's a nice little breeze coming through. I don't see any clouds at the moment. It's just a beautiful evening. Very open. So I think tomorrow is going to be a great day. I think tomorrow is going to be very clear tomorrow morning. And I've seen and I predict the next few days it's going to be great. So really looking forward to it, and especially that that the rainy season, or a lot of rain, has passed by. I wonder if we're still going to get quite a bit, but I'm not too sure about anything about tonight. But I'm just double check. But I think the rain has definitely passed for the next few days, which is nice. I mean, I don't mind the rain. It's always good to have the rain. The dams are full. The river, 1 or 2 rivers are flowing nicely. A lot of the pans and the little dams and wallows are nice and wet and, you know, full. So it's good for this time of the year. It's fantastic. But this grass is really, really high, and I think I can't wait for this grass just to kind of subside a bit, so it's easier for us to kind of look further in and finding something. And I think on such a beautiful evening and such a beautiful day with the game drive with my rips, with the lions at Ngala, so great to have Ngala back again as well, and to actually enjoy so many different areas of this place. I thank you everybody for joining us today, joining us on safari, and hopefully we get to see you guys all on our sunrise safari in the morning. Have a lovely evening, everybody.